4:02. Unless I'm wrong, are we ready to go, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, we are ready to go.
All right, I'd like to convene the meeting. Housing Committee. It is Tuesday. Unless I'm wrong. What? Okay, Tuesday, March 15th, 4 p.m. Convening the section 1, convene the meeting. Any remarks from the chairs or ranking members? Seeing none. Item 3, bills for review. We're going to start with Senate Bill number 291, an act concerning certain protections for group and family child care homes. JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Rep. Butler, so moved.
Is there a second?
Rep. Smith, second.
Thank you, Rep. Smith. Any discussion? Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is just for clarification, can you tell me the difference between a group and family child care home?
6 and 12 kids.
6 and 12. So a
Up
group
to 6 and up to 12, I believe.
family can go up to 6 and group can go up to 12.
I believe that's it.
All right, so 7 to 12 for a group. And at the end of the legislation, there's some language regarding chief municipal CEOs having to certify if their zoning laws are in compliance with this proposal. Is there any penalty if the town zoning regs aren't amended by December 1st of this year?
Good question. I don't know off the top of my head. Jonathan,
Okay.
do you know off the top of your head?
I don't believe that there's any penalty for the municipality.
Okay. I
And
didn't
then
think.
secondarily, if the municipality does specify a time frame and then fails, I would assume then that there's no penalty as well.
That's correct.
I would assume, yeah.
Okay. I just want to add, those were only the couple of very brief questions I had on this particular bill. I just do want to add that I think during the COVID pandemic, we saw the need for group and family childcare, and we saw how much it actually increased. You know, these group and family childcare homes, they fill a gap that normal childcare homes can't always meet. You know, they provide reliable, safe, convenient childcare for individuals who don't always have the means to access childcare otherwise. And I know that there are some people who do have concerns about this legislation, but this was legislation that I was proud to support the last time we were in session for a full session and the time before that. And I'm going to be proud to support it today, even though I still do have some concerns. But I do very strongly believe that the benefits outweigh the costs in this particular proposal. And so I'll be supporting it today. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence.
No, thank you. Your support means a lot. It's a good bill, and I really hope we can work together, and I vow to continue to work together to make it palatable for everybody. Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I really appreciate your indulgence here. Hope you're well. I just have a few brief comments on this bill. This is something that I'm still kind of undecided on where I'm going with. I know that we spoke and we heard some testimony in the public hearing of people that had come in and they had requested this bill. On the other hand, and I'm hoping, Senator, that you could make me understand it a little better, that if there is an existing lease right now with an individual and he or she decides to operate or open a child care facility in the dwelling, and there was another person, let's say renting, let's say it's a 2-family house, okay, and I'm just going to situate it in terms of an elderly woman on the first floor, a single mom who has 2 kids on the second floor, and on the second floor, the single mom decided to then have 6 or 7 infants every day in the dwelling, operating as a child care facility. Under this bill, would that now be permissible through you, Mr. Chair?
Under the way this is currently written, yes, it would be permissible. As you know, we've had extensive discussions about incorporating something that would trigger this law upon the creation of a new lease and not during the time of an existing lease. That is something I am currently friendly with. I still need to work it through a little bit more. And you were last screening meeting, Senator Ciccarella said he would do a read through and look at stuff we wanted to incorporate last year. And I can't promise it now. I still need to talk to a couple people, but I definitely think that's something we can incorporate something along those lines to make that a better situation for everybody.
Thank
And
you, Mr.
I will
Chair.
say though, historically, it's shown that, and people who are going to use this program are already operating some sort of childcare and already taking care of kids. So the little lady downstairs, she already has those kids above her head. It's not something new that would happen. In most cases, it doesn't happen that way.
Okay, and I would just disagree in one regard that being around this and witnessing several units around my district that have multifamily homes where, let's say, there is an elderly or someone living on the first floor. Typically, if someone was living upstairs and they moved in, it would be disclosed and known whether or not this was going to take place, which is why I revert back to my original point, which was, and I'm hopeful and I thank you for the willingness to compromise on this bill, hopefully going forward, because if a landlord was going to rent to someone that then intended to have a child care facility in their dwelling, that should be disclosed prior to signing the lease agreement. It shouldn't be in the middle of the lease when an individual decides that they all of a sudden want to operate a daycare inside of a facility, inside of a dwelling rather, because the other tenants that are living in the building would be disproportionately affected by this piece of legislation. And that is, to me, the crux of why I think I'm going to oppose this today, to flag this, because I really believe that at the end of the day, it is the landlord's, what's the word I'm looking for? It's his responsibility to let the other tenants know if this is going to happen. And it's also the other tenants' the other tenants that are in the building. It's kind of incumbent upon the new tenant to disclose what they will be doing with that apartment if they're using other than just a residential dwelling. If they are operating a business out of this dwelling, then it should be disclosed in the lease and not after or midway through the lease. And my final question is really goes into the insurance end of this. And this is where I really struggle with whether or not this should even be permissible without a separate insurance. The reason being is because if you're operating a business, the chances of injury, of course, dramatically increase. Is there anything in this bill that would require the tenant to have an additional layer of protection should one of these children or individuals be injured during the day or during business hours?
I'm doing this from memory, but my understanding was that the landlord could ask to be added on as additionally insured to the insurance policy of the tenant who was running the child care, and that would give them insurance protection for injury.
Thank you, but there is no requirement on the part of the tenant to have this additional layer of protection, correct?
That I can't remember. Jonathan, any light on that? I know we had so many iterations of this bill. At one point it was in, I'm not sure if it's still in.
I think as it's currently written, there is no express requirement that the tenant have additional insurance. I believe that the chairman is correct that the landlord can request that if the tenant does have an insurance, that they can require the tenant to name the landlord as an additional insured. But I don't think that there is any express requirement that the tenant go out and get separate insurance for that.
And if I remember correctly from last year's debate, the reason why it's not expressly written in this bill is that when the person running the child care gets licensed from the Office of Child Care, they have to get insurance. So it's not necessarily needs to be written into this bill. They already have to get it once they're licensed. But I will check on that to be sure.
Thank you, Senator Lopes. And I think it's just important to note here, and I'll end on this note, that if you were to send your child to a daycare facility in your town or in your city, wherever you reside, I would venture to guess that facility would be required to carry a pretty hefty liability insurance, meaning that if there's 15 or 10 kids running around, let's just say a storefront in my town of Watertown, there's no way that that person is operating without insurance. So, that should not be any different here. If they are operating a daycare out of a rental unit, they should be required to have the same kind of insurance that a daycare provider on Main Street would have. Because if the injury happens in the apartment versus on Main Street, the lawsuit is going to be the same. The kid got hurt, and now we're going after everyone, including the landlord. So we have to have an extra protection in there. Again, that would be something that I'd be interested in discussing as we go forward. Thank you.
I agree completely. I can't imagine a licensed childcare not being required to have insurance, but we'll confirm that. Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you, Senator. And just a few questions, as we had some discussions last year about this, and you stated earlier that we were going to try to find a resolution to some of the concerns that constituents all around Connecticut reached out with. Specifically, the landlords and other individuals that may reside in current buildings, communities, whether it's a 55 and older community, that may have concerns with some of the legislation here. And I know that you said you would work with us to try to figure out a solution to some of that. I would have hoped we could have done that prior to this. But just to discuss some of them, because I do think we did address a few from last year to this year. I think there was some movement. And prior to ask these questions, I just really need to make it clear. I understand the positive intentions of this. The testimony from these childcare providers and the passion for our future generation was duly noted, observed. They were extremely passionate. And I completely understand why this is important. And I do think that there needs to be a balance, and we find a way to address this need. But some of the concerns that I have, specifically in section 2, it's the zoning. And it's saying the zoning regulation shall not prohibit the operation of one of these childcare facilities in one of these settings. And some of these zoning regulations, like parking, or how many people could be in a building. So I know that we said that the license that they would get, somebody have to come out, inspect it, and then say how many people that they could have. But if there was something that says there should only be or could only be a certain amount of people on the floor, or the deck that's associated with the second floor, hypothetically, and there can't be that many people there, that would not be taken into consideration because it would be a zoning regulation like parking. So if there's only a certain amount of parking spaces that could be in a residential area in this current form, if there was some type of zoning regulation, it would not apply to the individuals that were going to open up one of these child daycare facilities.
My understanding of your question, I think the answer to it is the level of inspection and detail that the Office of Child Care goes through is far greater than any local zoning regulation. They encompass all the questions, all the issues that you mentioned. They will go through the unit and the exterior of the unit to ensure things like, is there adequate parking? Is there a safe drop-off and pickup location? If there's a deck, is it safe and accessible for the kids to be on this deck? They will go well beyond what any local zoning enforcement would ever do. And they're the mechanism to make sure this is as safe on all these different levels that you've been concerned with. But I specifically asked them during the inspection period, do they address parking and the need for parking and potential problems with parking? And they said, absolutely, they do.
And the governing body that goes out and hands out these licenses, can you tell me what department that falls under?
Office of Child Care Access. Help me out here. I don't want to butcher the Commissioner Bai is the head of it.
I'm sorry, which commissioner?
OEC.
Thank you. OEC. Thanks, Q.
And
Office of Early Childhood.
got
Sorry,
it.
I got a little senior moment there.
I get them all the time, no worries. So from our conversations last year, it was my understanding that they had a lack of inspectors, if you will, that would go out and inspect these facilities, that there was sometimes up to a year before that they would get out to a location, and then maybe up to 2 years before somebody would actually get back to that same location. Has that been addressed at all?
I have not heard that as a potential problem brought up throughout any of the testimony or meetings with the state offices that handle that. I'm certain that they would have to do an inspection before they gave certification and the ability for someone to open a child care facility. So, even if there's a delay, there's no way someone can open without being inspected prior to opening. But I've not heard that as a problem.
So if they're not getting inspected by the Office of Early Childhood Development prior to opening,
No, I'm saying they have to be. There's no way they can open.
no,
Inspected.
but if they don't, because they just simply can't get out there to do the inspection.
How can you, Mike, sorry to interrupt you, but how would you certify someone to open if you didn't do an inspection? I just don't see that as a potential problem.
Sure. So people all the time open up businesses and don't get the certificate of occupancy. There is many times where people start a business without getting the proper documentation, and they get caught and they would get shut down. So that does happen. In my profession, we see it all the time where people are operating illegal businesses. So it does happen. It may be a solution to this, and I think you were going right there. If that is the case, that's great. Would they have to provide a copy of that license to the landlord so they could say it's abiding by the zoning regulations, or at least taking into consideration the concerns that the zoning department would have when it comes to, say, parking? So when there is a complaint from another tenant about parking, the landlord could say, it's not on me. Here's the certificate. They're licensed to do this. I'm just playing devil's advocate when the tenants are going to go to the landlords and make these complaints about parking specifically. We'll keep it to that. Is it requiring the person opening this child daycare facility within this multi-dwelling unit, like I said, a mandate or responsible for them to provide the certificate to operate this business to the landlord so the landlord could have it for their record for whatever reason it may need?
That is a reasonable request. We would talk to the Office of Early Childhood and make sure before they certify anyone that they provide the landlord with proof of certification and proof of insurance at the time.
Got it. And the next one actually is insurance. And again, these questions, and I apologize if I'm not articulating them well enough. They're coming from memory and some quick notes of people that did reach out with these concerns and some of the notes from last year. So I just want to make sure we get this clear. When it comes to insurance, there's a lot of different types of insurance. And when somebody opens up a business, they'll get some type of a liability insurance. And certain businesses, like mine specifically, I have to have a bond and then $1 million of insurance. Do we know what the threshold is for the insurance minimums for someone to open up a child daycare facility?
I would imagine that would be OEC as well. And I'm sure they have guidelines and regulations on what childcare facilities need for insurance.
Okay. And when it comes to liability insurance, they're gonna, the person operating it is going to be on that certificate. Would that same insurance policy be the one that's applicable that the landlord could say, I want to be on as well, so they don't have to get their own rider or an umbrella? Is that the insurance policy, or, and I'll leave that question there for a second before I ask my second one. You may answer.
I imagine that would be it. The landlord would request to be added as additionally insured, and they would be added to the policy as additionally insured.
To the liability policy for the business that is getting the license, not a renter's policy.
Correct. That's how I understand it.
Okay. And is there somebody on here that could clarify that for us, that it's not, because I thought it may have been a homeowner's policy, because that would take away or alleviate a lot of concern of individuals that may rent these properties to people that may open these facilities. Is there any?
Well, that is my understanding of the bill. We will clarify it, and we can, we'll clarify it with OEC, but I don't want to speak for them at this point, but that is my understanding that it would be a business insurance policy.
Got it. Okay,
Same type of policy that every child care facility would have.
okay, excellent. There's something in here that I was just curious about, and I may be misunderstanding it. In section 9, talks about a landlord may demand additional security deposit for a reasonable amount of a tenant that may operate one of these group childcare facilities. Does that kind of contradict some of the legislation that was put forward based upon a security deposit that could be asked?
Good question. I don't have an answer for that,
Okay.
especially since we haven't passed the other bill. It's later on this agenda for today.
Well, we got to get ahead of the game here. I know you like to do things right, so I'm just asking. So we'll address that. I'll come back on that one. And I believe all of my questions were answered. I thank you for your time and give me some clarification and then some things to follow up with. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. Senator Johnson, please.
Thank you so much, Senator. I just can't resist because my first job out of college was to license family daycare homes. And then when I became chairman of Regulations Review, I did review and work with the Office of Early Childhood to modify the regulations to some degree. And so I just wanted to say that, first of all, no more than 6 children can be in a family daycare home. No more than 6, and that includes the child of the person who operates the family child care. There is a limitation on the number of infants who have no more than 2 infants in a family daycare home. The other thing is when you get beyond 6 children in a family daycare home, you can only have between 7 and 12, and then there has to be 2 people, not just 1 person, and it can't be in an apartment. So if you're getting beyond 6 children, including the children of the person who is in the apartment, you can't have any more than the 6, including those children. So that's kind of anything more than 6 belongs outside of a apartment, their rentals in that. So it's more of a business rental. So it's a much different situation. Just for clarification.
I
You can check-
appreciate it.
And you can
Representative.
check the regulations because I oversaw them.
Appreciate it. Any other questions?
Yeah.
And Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second time. Just briefly, I forgot to ask because my notes were a little scattered, but section 9 talks about security deposits. And what reminded me was I heard the phrase security deposit a minute ago. It says that landlords can demand additional reasonable security deposit from a tenant for operating a group or family child care home. Did you already have this back and forth, or do we know what reasonable means? Did we define it?
I don't think we defined it, no.
I mean, I know that for, residents of a certain age or older, we obviously cap security deposits. I know we've got some other legislation regarding security deposits, and I just feel like reasonable is one of those soft terms that's going to get us all in trouble. We all know what reasonable is. We don't know what reasonable is.
Yep.
And I appreciate your commitment earlier saying that we're going to continue to work on it. And just to draw your attention to it, I think that this is something that we'll want to clear up as we move this forward.
Yeah, I agree. And Senator Ciccarella's question also is, we have a bill on, on security deposits too later on. So, I mean, we should make sure they all line up and make sense with each other. So definitely thank you for flagging that.
I appreciate the indulgence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none.
I apologize. My hand's up. It kind of blends into the picture up
Yeah,
there.
it blends in. Sorry about that.
I apologize. It'll be very brief, and it may be a very quick question. I understand that a landlord cannot evict somebody for starting one of these. That's my understanding. So if there's an existing lease and somebody wants to open one up, and in the lease right now it says they can't open up any type of a business, this would supersede that.
currently the way it's written, Representative Paletta's question directly addressed that. And we're trying to work on that.
Okay, very good. And then, so hypothetically say, there's a 55 and older community or another community that has other restrictions. And the only reason for somebody to evict them solely couldn't be for starting this, but when opening this and some of the residual effects of having a child daycare, whether it's noise or other things that would violate maybe some type of a lease agreement or a condo association agreement, not just because it's a child daycare, but because of, let's say, the noise and there's constant complaints. Could somebody be evicted just for other violations of the lease, like noise? And I can think.
I don't see why not. All the provisions of just cause evictions would still be in place.
That answered my question right there. All the other reasons for just cause would still be in place with this, and this would not stop that from happening.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, we already said there's no vote. So, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Williams,
Williams in the affirmative.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Senator Cicerella,
I'm going to vote no to flag this. Thank you.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Something's going on with the internet here, guys. You can't hear anything.
Yeah, Will, it's really hard to hear you again.
I will go back to the ones that I missed. Senator Anwar, Representative Paletta,
Representative Paletta votes no. Thank you.
Representative Pizzuto votes no.
Representative Dela Cruz,
Representative Dela Cruz votes yes.
can you have your camera on when you vote?
Representative Dela Cruz votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez vote yes.
Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
can I do that one more time?
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
All right, thank you very much. On to item number 2, Senate Bill 292, an act concerning heating efficiency in new residential construction and major alterations of residential buildings.
So
JF
moved.
to the floor.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Senator Winfield.
Thank you. Any discussion? Oh, Senator Ciccarella.
You seem surprised, Senator Lopes.
I was hoping for consent, but what can you do?
Always hope. As we discussed before, we had some concerns about how we were going to be able to accommodate certain sections of this, specifically in section 1, subsection C, line 37 to 42. it's saying basically that you're going to adopt the standards of an international energy code. And in my understanding of that, it's going to prohibit the use of any fossil fuel combustible systems. And for that reason, I wanted to make a motion for an amendment to strike section 1, subsection C, line 37 to 42.
I'll second that.
Okay. An amendment that has been moved in second. I'll be the first to talk on it. If anyone else wants to, let me know. I understand what you're saying, Senator Ciccarello, in terms of the International Conservation Code, but as the language is written, and I'm going to quote it here a little bit, prohibit the use of any electrical resistance or fossil fuel combustion system as the primary source of heating, ventilation, air conditioning, etc. It does say primary source. And in public hearing and a lot of debate, and no bones about it, this bill got a lot of debate and there's a lot of people ginned up on it. I think for a lot of the wrong reasons, but for very clearly in the language, it says primary source. It does not say only source of residential heat. So there's nothing eliminating the ability for someone to have, this is, by the way, only new construction, that when you build new construction, you would do, for example, a heat pump system for heating and air conditioning. And then you would have an additional system of propane or oil or whatever it is you want. Could also be incorporated into the building, and that is not very uncommon. I mean, that is very common. Quite a few heat pump systems have incorporated smaller propane furnaces as backup systems, especially in really colder climates. It's not abnormal. Ideally, under the code, we eventually want to move to fully electric systems that are far more efficient and far more environmentally safe. But this does not preclude that from using fossil fuels as a secondary system. And I met yesterday with the oil company industry representatives and a lot of the local oil companies, the people that have been reaching out to us against this bill. And they weren't really aware of that. They really thought that this absolutely was a line in the sand saying you can't do oil anymore. And it's not meant that way. And it's really, it's a push in the direction that we need to go as a country. We have not done enough to improve our environmental footprint in terms of HVAC. And this is just a push in that direction. The fruits of this will come out 30, 40 years from now. But if we don't start now, it slows the whole process down. We've all lived through this. People 30, 40 years ago saying we had an environmental problem coming our way, and we just didn't do enough early on. And now we're, as usual, scrambling around trying to correct things. But there's no intention in this bill of hurting local oil companies. And I really don't think it does either. So.
Thank you for that, Senator Lopes. Just some comments to that, if I may. Maybe not intentionally hurting oil companies, but this will have an effect on oil companies if passed the way it is. My understanding, the purpose of this is to reduce the carbon footprint. Would that be correct, sir?
Yes.
After talking to numerous small businesses over the last couple of years, I had the ability to tour one here in North Haven, which makes furnaces. And one of the biggest things that they talked about and they were the most proud of is the direction of burning a fuel that will emit zero carbon emissions, but still utilizing the boilers in place, just making a different fitting. Similar if you were going to have a propane stove, but then you want to convert it to gas because you don't have natural gas when you move. There's a fitting that would change and you could burn a type of fuel that they are manufacturing and working on now, which will emit zero carbon emissions and not have to have the homeowners endure such a cost, especially in a short amount of time, people building these homes or doing major renovations. And I know that there hasn't been a clear understanding of exactly what that is, but that could essentially be somebody just doing some work in their house or maybe doing a larger remodel, may have to put one of these in. That could be very costly. And the purpose is to reduce the carbon footprint. And it's my understanding that we already are decreasing already the carbon footprint. And I'm not an expert in this, and I know that this is something you're passionate about. We talked long and hard about this. I've supported other bills that encouraged ways to reduce, the footprint on our environment. I agree with you, and I commend you for that effort. But it's my understanding that it's already being reduced, the carbon footprint. Is that accurate, or do you know?
Sorry, mute problems. We did pass a law, and like a bill like this, we pass laws that force industries to be better. They're getting better, but mostly because we pass laws to make them have to get better. But there is a move for biofuel in our heating oil. It is better than straight number 2 heating oil, but it is still, I mean, at the current rates, it's still almost all regular heating oil with a little bit of biofuel. With the anticipation that years to come, we'll probably get to 50-50. But even at 50-50, it's 50% biofuel and 50% oil. That's not carbon zero. It is better. And I do encourage the industry to keep moving that direction, just like I encourage them to look at the part of this bill that is workforce development that would encourage companies in the oil industry to have their staff learn how to install heat pumps, learn how to install solar, learn the direction that we're going in to make better and more efficient energy solutions for our homes. So yeah, it all ties together. I mean, it is better, but it's still not as good.
I love workforce development. So I read up on that pretty well, and talking to some of these heating and air conditioning companies, they also install. Matter of fact, that industry is the leader in installation in these type of heat pumps. So they're very aware of how they work, and the pros and cons. And I do think that we really should do everything we could to reduce the footprint on the environment and make it better for the next generations. I wholeheartedly agree. And sometimes when we make these mandates on companies to make things better, the everyday person is left holding the bill. And that's another concern that I have. But when we talk about the heat pumps and what they were telling me about them as they did install and do install, probably the industry that installs the most of these would be the individuals that I spoke with. So they have very good knowledge and hands-on experience with these. And from my understanding, these heat pumps are great for places like South Carolina, North Carolina, where it doesn't get that cold. Is that the reason that there normally is another secondary heating source when new homeowners are putting in heat pumps?
I find that statement in my experience to be incorrect. Heat pumps in Connecticut are fully capable of supplying the heat and cooling that a house needs in this climate. Originally, their secondary systems 20 years ago were the norm because heat pumps weren't capable. The technology has advanced. I have personal experience of a heat pump home that is easily capable of handling all the heating and cooling needs without any assistance. And I'll say it again, it is not any more expensive to install than an oil furnace or a gas furnace.
Got it. And I thank you for that. From my, again, conversations with the individuals and more specifically, my friends that are builders, and I think you know, I own a few properties, explored multiple different options of building. Almost all, let me rephrase that, all of the homes, the new homes that are built that are using this, and it's a great technology and it does a phenomenal job at cooling the house. Every one of the homes that I have 3 really good friends that are builders, and I asked them about this. Every single home here in New England, specifically in Connecticut, it has a second form of heating source because it just simply, the system would be too large to be able to accommodate a large home. And maybe that's the difference in the experience. Maybe it was a smaller home because they built the person building the house or the person buying the house that's being built does have to endure the expense of a second heating source because of the cold winters that we have here in New England. And that was more of a statement, not a question. And my last question, why don't I'll make it more of a statement. My last statement is it's my understanding that these are ultimately ran by electricity. Right now, the majority of the electricity that we consume here in Connecticut, to get that power, we are essentially using fuel. Is that, and I apologize because I said it was going to be a statement, but I think I need to be a question because you have a little bit more knowledge than I in this. Is that a true statement that we are burning fuel to get the electricity to run these heat pumps at this time?
We do generate some electricity from generators that use natural gas, and there's even, I think, 1 or 2% of coal still in availability, but it is still better, and it is moving in the right direction. This operates independently from what our grid is doing, but both homes and the electric grid both need to be moving in the right direction, and we are trying to do that.
Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Anytime. Representative Paletta, seems like you're having a good time.
Thank you. I will just ask that this be taken by roll, and I'll reserve my comments for the underlying bill. Thank you.
No problem. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on the proposed amendment from Senator Ciccarella and Representative Paletta.
All right, change computers, so hopefully you guys can hear me better. Can you?
Much better.
Good. Representative Williams,
Williams, no.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes no.
Representative Williams, can you go again with your camera on?
Williams, no.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes no.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes no. Senator Anwar votes no.
Representative Paletta,
Representative Paletta votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella,
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
sorry, can you do that one more time?
Sure. Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes no.
Representative Pizzuto,
Representative Pizzuto votes yes.
just give me 1 second. Representative Pizzuto, can you vote again?
Representative Pizzuto votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dela Cruz,
Representative Dela Cruz votes no.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez vote no.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes no.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes no.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield, in the negative.
Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
I love having Rep. Zullo on the committee because you always know that's last. All right, any further comments on the underlying bill, Senate Bill 292? Representative.
Thank you, Senator Lopes. And, I was a little disappointed to see the amendment fail, although it was expected. I just have some comments that I would like to bring up here, mainly those that have come out of my district and folks that have reached out to me about this bill. I mean, honestly, when it first came up, I really didn't hear much about it. And then all of a sudden, it was like an implosion of folks from all around the state that realized that this bill really needed to be worked on. For one, I don't think anyone can accurately tell me on this committee how much a heat pump even costs to install, as opposed to the traditional source of heat or cooling system in a home. Second, I was told by many contractors across the state that the heat pumps actually don't work well under certain degrees. So let's say under 30 degrees, you will need an alternative source of fuel. So that leads me to believe that this is unaffordable. it leads me to believe that we are, again, hurting the people that we are intending to help by saying, yes, you have to put this form of this installation and form of heat pump into your home to heat and cool it. But we're going to charge, it's going to cost you more, and you may need actually an alternative source because it's not going to work after a certain temperature. That is extremely concerning to me. The other part about this is really, I mean, in the interest of this building and what we've done over the years, anything of this nature has always gone to the Environment Committee. And I think I brought that up during the public hearing, and I'll say it again today, that we would be doing a disservice to the Environment Committee by not at least having them have a say on this bill. This is a game changer in terms of where we are going with energy in our state, what we are mandating folks to do when they put an addition on their house or build a new home or a new multifamily home or a commercial building. We're sending the message to them that the state of Connecticut knows better on how you should heat your home. And without even checking with the folks that are on the committee of cognizance here, which is the Environment Committee. So, I mean, it's all good and well. And Senator Lopes, I think I told you this, I really appreciate the intent of the bill, that we are trying to get to more energy independence, and what we have seen here in the last few weeks with energy costs and they're skyrocketing. I think it's a good idea. Maybe we should study it first and see what it's going to cost the average homeowner and whether they're going to need alternative sources to heat and cool their home aside from the heat pump, and then say, okay, the average person can afford this, so maybe we'll move forward with the bill. But right now, by just throwing it forward without amending it, I think it sets a very dangerous precedent. I know that you have said, and I appreciate this, that you have said that this bill will be changed. And I will hold you to that. And I trust you, and I know you're a stand-up person and that you will do that. But it has to be worth noting that the way the bill stands right now would not be in the best interest of the average homeowner who is going to build a home or make some changes to their home, because they are going to be out a lot of money by installing this system into their house, and then perhaps not even know whether or not it's going to work correctly under a certain temperature. I did get some comments from my local propane company, and I think it's worth noting that, you know, they had called several times, and one of the issues that they brought up to me was, well, why should the government tell you how to heat your home? Why? And I never really thought of it that way until I started to dive into the bill and really pull it apart. And I said, you know, that's actually true. Why should the government tell us what to use and how to heat our home and what system to install? At the end of the day, unless the government is going to pony up and pay and maybe do a pilot program and offer people an incentive to do this, I think it would be irresponsible of us to just mandate this for every single new construction project going forward. That is extremely concerning. It's something that, again, will cost a lot of money, and we're not putting our money where our mouth is, because we're saying, okay, government's going to tell you what to do with your home, with your addition, with your new construction, but we're not going to back it up with dollars. And we have a pilot program for everything under the sun in this state, and we know that because we talk about it a lot here. We had all sorts of ARPA funds come into the state, and maybe that's where we should be focusing our energy here, is having some sort of program that folks can at least tap into and then take advantage of it if they're going to install the heat pump system. But if there's nothing to back it up and we're just saying you have to do this, I think it sets a very dangerous precedent. So I will oppose this bill today. My hope is, as Senator Lopes said, that it will be changed and altered going forward, and I have every reason to believe that it will be. But until then, I really think it sets a dangerous precedent going forward. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, looking for a little clarification. On line 42, it refers not only to new residential construction, that this being a requirement, but also a requirement in major alterations. I may have missed this in the public hearing, but do we know, or is there language on what constitutes a major alteration of a residential building?
Boy, I actually owe you something for this question because I forgot to bring this up and I was supposed to. there was an awful lot of technical debate on what is a major alteration, and it is fully my intention to pull that sentence out. Senator Chicarella and I just talked about it right before the meeting, that I want this section out. So major alterations will be removed from the bill.
Okay. And just a suggestion going forward, and if there is going to be language put back into it, or if we're going to peg it to something, maybe peg it to, the NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program rule about substantial improvements, where if you improve more than 50% of the value of the structure over a certain period of time, it constitutes a major renovation.
Yeah, I agree completely, because that's in my head, that's where we were. But then you're right, we do stuff like, quote unquote, major renovation. What does that mean? So I think it's just a lot clearer at this point if we take it out, and then subsequent years, if we can actually get a good definition of what it is, add it back in later.
Well, given your enthusiastic view of that, I won't insist on an amendment today. I'll take you at your word. I have no worry about that. I am also just going to also echo my colleague, Rep. Paletto's comments regarding costs. I am a little worried about costs on this. I kind of feel like we're going to be forcing people to install multiple heating systems for a period of time, a primary and a secondary. And for that reason, I'll be flagging this and voting no today, but I appreciate your willingness to continue to work on this. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I just quickly say to Rep. Paletto's question in yours, I have been in the industry. I'm not an HVAC tech, but I'm in the construction industry. I have seen these things installed. They are at this point slightly more expensive than a standard oil or gas fired furnace, and they certainly can work well below 30 degrees. I've seen systems work down to -5, -10 degrees with no effort. So without supplemental heat, the technology's just got better in the last 10, 15, 20 years. So that's where we are. I don't want to belabor this, but thank you very much. Not seeing any further questions. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
You keep forgetting about me. I have to move where that hand is, Senator.
You gotta
Lewis.
change the color of that hand. I just can't see it. Sorry. Go ahead.
I have to move it. That's my kid's artwork, by the way.
You're covering.
Minus the hand. I'll try to move it. It won't move. But thank you. I thank you for allowing me to present my amendment. And I was going to bring up line 42. We did have a conversation, and that's great. And I think that will make a big difference for the cost of individuals that are doing some type of remodeling, which is already quite outrageous. We talked about the cost. And you said it was slightly more expensive, and I won't get into specifics of how much more expensive as far as buying and installing. The amount of electricity that it uses, and that's really expensive too. Do you know how much kilowatts or the amount of electricity that one of those would use? I'm sure it may vary from a really cold day or a really hot day to just a comfortable day, but is there any studies or information that you were to come across in your research in comparison to what the cost would be for the normal heating source like oil or propane?
It's a good question. There are a lot of variables involved. The biggest one being how well insulated the home is. And that's why this is specifically targeted to new construction that is under new codes should be very well insulated. And I'm not going to give specific numbers, but the reality is in a well insulated home, the savings of going to a heat pump system over traditional oil and gas, and I'm not even taking into account the astronomical prices of oil right now. Just even going back to 2 years ago, where my numbers were when oil was incredibly cheap, you would see a substantial savings for the homeowner to go with this type of system. In fact, the system I have the most experience with does incorporate solar, and I do need to say that up front. But this is a system made to be incorporated with solar, that you can see energy, actual dollars, the drop of 50% from what it used to be. The example I use is a home that used to spend $400 a month in oil, $80 a month in electricity, going to an all heat pump and hybrid hot water heater, having bills of like $270 a month in the winter, as opposed to before with oil and electricity being close to $500. Tremendous amounts of savings. But once again, that's with a good solar array. It really makes a difference.
Excellent. Thank you for answering the question. And it kind of leads me to my second one when I talk about how much the utility bill would be. Just trying to see how much energy or power it would draw. Hypothetically, and again, New England and Connecticut, we get a lot of storms, a lot of power outages. Some of my builder friends say, it's really important that we have that second source for those cold times to offset. But I'm sure they're getting more efficient and will be able to take care of everything. But in the event of a power outage, would like a backup generator be able to support the load coming from some kind of a heating source or air conditioning source that is, a general home, generator, the ones that kick on automatically? Would that be able to power it?
The short answer is yes. The long answer is you'll need all furnaces, oil furnaces, propane, natural gas. None of them will work without power. So if we lose power, you will need some sort of generator to fire those units to provide heat, even though they run on a fossil fuel. To run a heat pump, you will need a more powerful generator, but still nothing outside of the realm of the generator I use to run a heat pump system. I bought at Costco, so it's not something special. It's a regular generator, and it's able to handle the load.
Got it. Thank you.
Representative De La Cruz.
Yeah, I have a little bit of experience. My entire career has been installing ductwork and systems my whole life. And I was always, I stayed away from heat pumps as far as I could. But the SEER rating and the technology has come so far that my father-in-law just had a new house built, 1,200 square feet, well insulated, and his electric, this is including his heat and everything, it was $195 last month. One of the coldest months of the year. The house is newer. I think what we're talking about is he's going in newer homes and making sure that the calculations and the loads do work for the home, because you can't just throw it in. If you have a huge Victorian home with 5-foot window, single pane, they're not going to, and that happens in Connecticut, they're probably not going to do that. They're talking about when you invest in your home and you bring it up to today's code, or if you're building a new one. So I'm even considering changing mine, but I have to really do a heat loss on my own house to see if it would even be feasible. But with the energy bills, it was never making sense before, but it seems to make more and more sense now. And it's more of a combination of technology getting better, and I think oil getting a little bit more expensive at the same time. I mean, crazy now, but even normal times, it's going to end up being the ultimate choice in the end. But that's why I'm supporting the bill.
Appreciate it. Seeing no other further questions, and hopefully I'm not missing hands. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Senator Anwar has a question.
Sorry, just when you were done.
You guys are jumping at the last minute.
Sorry about that. I'm in multiple meetings, but I'm sneaking in and out. First, thank you, Mr. Lopes, Senator Lopes, and each and every one. I've been able to intimately listen to the views that people have put forward. I wanted to just share with you a couple of thoughts. One of them is that I know there are environmental responsibilities that we have. There's a climate change responsibilities that we have. And I know, Senator Lopes, if you've had a good conversation on this topic about that this bill is at this point, not what it is intended to be, but it's likely going to change going forward. And it will be inclusive of making sure that there's going to be protections of industries as well, to make sure that we are not necessarily going to put a burden on some of the industries, especially some of the local biofuel makers. So I wanted to thank you for keeping that in perspective, but also looking the broader long-term interests that we have for climate protection. I wanted to keep a thought that I want people to look at. When there is, forbid, any disaster that may happen, there is a chance that the existing systems would be impacted, especially in the area that we live in. Statistically, level 3 hurricane is something that we worry about. And the grids will be impacted. So we will need to have a local solution and a broader solution. So we will have to find ways of working with the biofuel industry as well, because that would be the local solution if, God forbid, something happens, but local electrical solutions would be part of the solutions as well. So it's going to be a combination. So if the entire society moves in one direction, and this is a broader picture, not necessarily on this bill directly, but it's a broader picture we have to keep in mind, because we will have to have systems in place that would be able to manage some of these disasters and address them, and not necessarily put all of our eggs in one basket. I think that's something that we have to look at long-term from a strategic point of view. And again, I am between meetings. If I miss this vote, I will be back in and vote again, but I just wanted to say that and I will keep you posted. Thank you again for each and every one, what you have said and what you are doing. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Williams.
Williams, yes.
Sorry, just one more time.
Williams, yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Paletta,
Representative Paletta votes no.
Senator Ciccarella,
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Dela Cruz,
Representative Dela Cruz votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Pizzuto,
Representative Pizzuto votes no.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Winfield, Senator Winfield, sorry,
In the affirmative.
Representative Zula,
Rep. Zula votes no.
Thank you very much. On to item number 3, Senate Bill 294, an act concerning housing protections for victims of family violence. JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second,
Second by Representative Butler. Any discussion, Representative Paletta?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have just a couple of brief questions on this one. You know, in theory, the bill is pretty clear. It says that an act housing protections for victims of family violence. I guess my question is there a time when a landlord would actually not rent to someone, or it says no landlord will take enumerated actions against the tenant solely because such tenant is or has been a victim of family violence? Would a landlord actually evict someone that was a victim of family violence? Have we actually heard that being widespread around the state?
Personally, no, but we rely on the advocates and the experts in this field who brought forward this bill as a need where it does happen in situations. And as you can imagine, even if it happens in small numbers, it's just got to be a real kick to the head. I mean, you're a victim of family violence, and then you get a restraining order. The other person, the perpetrator, may be gone, but then the landlord comes in and goes, "Yeah, I know you had a rough shape, but this whole thing bothered me a lot too. You got to move too." As a landlord, I could see that situation happening. So I'm sure they brought it up for a reason, and I'm sure it has happened.
Thank you. And I do trust the experts, although sometimes I don't agree with the experts. That has been the case, unfortunately, quite often here in this committee. But as far as this situation goes, I do believe that this bill is worthwhile and I will support it. I don't believe that landlords have acted in a negligent way like this repeatedly. I think we just need to put that on the record that there has been some times perhaps where this has happened, and some of the experts have said that it happened, and I will trust them. But I do believe that a good faith landlord like you, Senator Lopes, if knew that someone had a restrictive or restrictive order against someone, what's the word I'm looking for? Not restrictive, but restraining order. If they had restraining order and they were left in the unit, so long as they were paying and taking care of the unit, I don't think that anyone in good conscience would evict because of that. I would venture to guess that that happens very rarely, but we do want to add an extra layer of protection, and I can understand that. So I will be voting yes on this bill. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Later on, ask me about this because I do have one story for you I could tell, but not one for public consumption. Representative Zullo, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple clarifying questions. Does the bill impose any penalties on landlords in the unfortunate event that they do take some kind of discriminatory action on the basis that's talked about in the statute or in the proposal?
From my reading, there's nothing specific to the bill, but I imagine it would fall into the larger policies of discrimination. If there's a case brought up or a complaint made that someone's being discriminated against, it would follow those procedures.
Because I'm seeing that it's couched a little bit in, well, I guess my follow-up question would be, does it create, or do you think it creates any cause of action? I hate to say do you think or an opinion, but, or does it create a cause of action at CHRO? Is that a mechanism that somebody could use if they feel that they were discriminated against in this fashion?
Yeah,
you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, no, these are complicated because when you have these kind of things happen, you're right. There's like 4 or 5 different avenues someone can take to file a complaint. So I wouldn't know which would be the best, and I imagine it might be reliant upon what actually happened in terms of the family situation.
Because my only other reading of this, and I was going to say this next, is that it seems like it's couched within the 47A, the rights and responsibilities of landlords and tenants. And I almost feel like a tenant can bring an action in the housing court to enforce this. And I was curious if there was any testimony during the public hearing that I might have missed on that.
I don't remember any now.
Yeah, neither do I.
I'm in, but I don't remember.
You know, it's unfortunate if a tenant finds him or herself in a situation where this is taking place, and you would never ever want to see a landlord take you know, adverse action like an eviction or increase in rent solely because a tenant has been the victim of family violence. So I agree with my ranking member on this, that the intent is certainly laudable, and I'll be supporting it today. I do think it may need just a couple clarifying. We may need just to clarify a couple things to bring forth the best possible bill we can. But I'm happy to support it today. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Williams,
Williams in the affirmative.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Paletta,
Representative Paletta votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella,
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Dela Cruz,
Representative Dela Cruz votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Pizzuto,
Representative Pizzuto votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zullo,
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
Thank you very much. On to item 4, Senate Bill 298, an act establishing the Urban Homeownership Loan Fund, JF to finance. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Rep. Butler,
Second.
second by Rep. Williams. Any questions? Rep. Pizzuto, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I figured I better jump in and start participating here. And I have a simple question. Maybe, Mr. Chairman, you can answer, or someone on the committee. Basically, the act establishing the Urban Home Ownership Loan Program, Loan Fund. Can you tell me what it does and how it works?
Maybe. This is a proposal, and I'll be upfront. It's didn't really come out of the committee. It was by request. And I know there's got to be some changes to it, which is why it's going to the Finance Committee. But currently, it says the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority will draw on the fund to provide local community development financial institution with funds to establish a revolving loan fund managed by that institution. In layman's terms, to give loans in cities and poorer census tract that have very low home ownership rates to encourage home ownership.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I definitely will vote in favor of this. Thank you.
No problem. See any further questions? None. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Williams,
Williams in the affirmative.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Paletta,
Representative Paletta votes yes.
Senator Chicarella,
Senator Chicarella votes yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Dela Cruz,
Representative Dela Cruz votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Pizzuto,
Representative Pizzuto votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. On to number 5, Senate Bill 303, an act concerning renters and common interest ownership communities, JF to judiciary. Is there a motion?
So moved.
By Senator Rep. Williams, is there a second?
Second, Representative Butler.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion, Rep. Paletta?
Thank you, Senator Lopes. And very briefly, I just had a quick comment on this. I know that we heard some testimony from some of the condo associations, and they were very much opposed to this bill. After some consideration and deep diving into it, I think we realized that there's a pretty bad situation going on in Bridgeport and needs to be taken care of, but something that perhaps is not for this committee. So I do appreciate the intent, but I'm glad to see it going to the Committee of Cognizance, which is Judiciary. I'm just wondering if you could just perhaps expound on that a little bit. So we know that it's going over to Judiciary, and there's been an isolated incident, correct, through you, Mr. Chair?
Isolated, there's a definite incident in Bridgeport with a huge community there, but I do know there's other incidents across the state that we do need to find a way to remedy. I'm not even sure if this is the right way to do it. We do know the people that proposed the objections to the bill that spoke in the public hearing are working with the people who want to do this bill, and hopefully they can get this sorted out while it's in finance, or even when it eventually hits the floor if it does.
That's good for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not pick up on this during the public hearing. So if it's not too much of a burden, can you explain what the issue is, or in general, if you don't want to reference it specifically?
I've had a couple of meetings on it. It's still hard to remember. Even had some over the summer. There's a community, a common interest community. From what the descriptions are, it sounds like the Wild West. It is, there are people who just don't follow the rules of the community. There are people very close to breaking the law, supposedly. These are all accusations. I'm not there. They've had elections that were ignored. There was accusations of all sorts of discrimination against people who complain about the controlling board of the common interest ownership. And I'm not here to say what side's right, what side's wrong, but definitely when people don't follow the rules of their own common interest community, a lot of times the only recourse for people is to sue. And if you're in a community of people who aren't very wealthy, sometimes these bringing up a lawsuit can be very financially hard, and they just can't do it. So they just continue to experience discrimination and hardship. So we're trying to find a mechanism that would allow for when a common interest community has these types of problems, there's a recourse for the people who are aggrieved.
So I'm trying to read this, the lines 41 and 42, and understand that it's restricting it says that condos can have certain bylaws and rules, and I get that, and that they can have rules that restrict the leasing of units, as long as no restriction results in permitting less than 50% of the units to be leased. Am I reading that to say that condos are allowed to say that no more than 50% of units can be rented out to somebody else, or that they're not allowed to? And I realized that was a hybrid question, and I apologize. So can a
Read it
condo,
again just to figure it out.
can a condo restrict unit owners from renting once 50% of the units are already rented? Can the 51st% rent?
Yeah, that's how I read it off first blush too. And in all honesty, I don't see how that fixes the problems that they brought up during the meeting. So
Okay.
it's an interesting question.
So I think the theory may be behind it. Well, I don't even want to get into theory behind it. I won't even posit. The only thing I want to draw to everyone's attention, and it may have come up during the hearing, and I realize this is going to judicial anyway, but once you get over that threshold where you have more units rented out, a lot of times HUD won't back loans on these properties. And so they're not eligible for a whole host of funding, which makes them less saleable and which makes them harder to acquire, particularly for first-time home buyers. So I understand why maybe you don't want more than a certain number of units leased, but I also believe very strongly in freedom of contract and the freedom to do with property as you wish. So it's an interesting problem. I just wanted to draw your attention to that, even though I know it's going to judicial. So thank you for the time.
Oh, no problem. If you have any ideas how to solve these problems, feel free to share. Senator Ticcarella.
Thank you, Senator Lopes. And briefly, from the testimony I heard, it does sound like there is a problem there in Bridgeport. I think you did a good job of explaining it. From what I gathered and heard and interpreting, it's almost like I don't know, corruption almost within the building. It sounded like there was a real issue there. But after trying to figure out if this is going on in other places, I really couldn't figure that out. And it seems like it is an isolated incident. It may be happening, but it seems like we may help the people that are going through this in this one location, but may handcuff other business owners of doing other legitimate business. And I don't think they should be punished for the deeds of the person that is committing these type of dishonest or maybe not ethical business dealings here in Bridgeport. I do understand there's a problem, but I think there could be a solution to address that problem without affecting everybody else that may be doing business correctly. And some of the language here may do that, as Representative Zullo stated. For that, I'm just going to vote no to flag that. And I hope that we can come to a resolution at some point for these individuals that are going through this hardship in Bridgeport. but thank you.
I agree with you on that. Any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Williams,
Williams, yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes. If my light, there it goes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Paletta,
Rep. Paletta votes no.
Representative, can you turn your camera when you vote?
Sure. Sorry about that. Representative Paletta votes no.
Thank you. Senator Chicarella,
Senator Chicarella votes no.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Dela Cruz,
Representative Dela Cruz votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Pizzuto,
Representative Pizzuto votes no.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes no.
All right. Representative Williams,
It's my show now.
yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Senator. We will now be calling number 7, 5204. An act concerning a needs assessment and fair share plans for
5041.
Oh, excuse me, you are correct. An act concerning home energy affordability for homeowners, number 6 first. We're gonna start with number 6. Is there a motion?
So moved, Senator Lopes.
A motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second,
A second was made by
Representative
Representative Cruz. The motion was made by Senator Lopes. Second was made by Representative Cruz. Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Good to see you there. Little change from Senator Lopes, you know. I just have a couple of questions on this bill. Obviously, we know that the intention was good and well to be put forward again. Trying to figure out the energy score in a unit's always important. May save you money in the long run. There was a lot talked about in the public hearing that I think just really should be brought out today. One question I have through you, Mr. Chair, is whether or not when this incentive, actually first, could you talk about the incentive that is in place right now that has you do these home energy audits, and then, you know, perhaps you're able to get maybe a light bulb that works better, or you know, some sort of sweep under the door so the air doesn't easily flow through it. Is that actually what this bill would enumerate?
It would, so that is a great question. So no, this bill would not require that. That would be one option and one availability to receive a score. There are opportunities that will be developed based off of the Commissioner of Department of Environmental Protection, but you will also be able to receive that score using the home energy audit. If it currently does cost $50 for one's own home, or for just individual homes in general. So, but not for commercial uses, but it is $50 for an individual. And if you have not done it, as someone that did that in 2020, I want to say about 2 years ago, it does save you tremendous amounts of money, both in energy costs and in improving your light bulbs, insulation, and so on and so forth. So if you have not done it, I would encourage everyone to go to Energize CT to do it in their own homes.
Thank you. And do we have any idea of how many municipalities this will impact in terms of who has the percentage per home?
I don't have that information available at this moment.
And also, I guess you mentioned the $50. that was brought up before, does that incentive at any point go away and it would actually be more expensive than 50, exceed 50?
Currently, there are no plans for it to go higher. That program is paid for by consumers' bills currently, and that incentive does not look to be going away anytime soon.
Thank you. And is there any circuit breaker protection in this bill that if that incentive goes away, then the landlord would not be, or the homeowner would not be responsible for footing the difference over the $50?
So for clarification, there may be low or no cost ways to be able to find the criteria, your grade for one's home. So you may not even need that incentive to do it for free. However, the governor's office, who is the proponent of this bill, is looking for language that could do exactly what you said. So that is a possibility. But the fact of the matter is that there may be low cost or free ways to get this assessment.
Thank you. And is there any ramification if a landlord lists a unit and does not provide this scorecard?
Can you ask that again, Representative Paulette? I'm sorry.
No, no worries. Through you, is there any ramification that if a landlord lists a dwelling and this scorecard, this energy audit is not performed, what would happen? I mean, what would be the recourse?
Give me one moment to double check that for you. Representative, give me a second. I'll make sure I answer that question. If you have any other questions, I can, while I'm getting that pulling it up for you.
So my next question kind of hits on the local municipality part. So is it possible, and I know, again, the intent is well here, but is it possible going forward that this bill becomes more of a local option where a municipality's governing authority can enact it if they feel as if it should be done in their town? I mean, I don't know if we should blanket the entire state with this, but rather kind of leave it up to our towns and cities. Is that something that has been discussed, or is this mostly, as going forward, going to be one blanket law across the board?
I have not heard of that suggestion yet.
Okay, and I guess I'll just wait for that other question, which has to do more with what the recourse is if someone does not comply. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for your question, Representative Paulette. I'll make sure I get that question for you in a moment. Senator Chigarella.
Thank you, Representative. And just a couple of questions. I heard some testimony on this. And I'm just trying to get a few questions answered that I have also that I was asked. First, what is the main purpose of this legislation, this bill?
This would allow for potential tenants to be able to know approximately the energy costs for renting a home before entering into a lease. Or at least one would know the capabilities of the home that one is about to rent.
So this is to benefit the tenants that may be moving into a property and notify them that the home is efficient. That's a fair assessment.
Yeah, and I would also say that there's a benefit to the property owner too, to being able to promote their property, saying that it is a environmentally efficient property also. So there's benefits for both the property owner and for the tenant. So thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, and thank you for answering the question. So the benefit could be, first, just getting back, so the purpose of it is to let the tenant know that this is going to possibly be an energy efficient unit, but still doesn't let them know what the cost would be to operate it. I heard some testimony that the purpose of this would be so they could know they could afford it, but we don't know what the number would be to heat it or cool it, this would only give it a score saying it is efficient or not efficient, correct?
That's fairly accurate. Yes, Senator.
Okay. And you said the benefit to the landlord is that you could advertise that you have a energy efficient home, again, with the thought process that maybe it would be less expensive to heat it. But we don't know what form of heating and cooling elements that you guys have. So in the hypothetical, it still doesn't give them that breakdown. But it could essentially hurt the landlord if you get a bad rating. Would that be correct? Would that be giving them a step down if they got a bad score on their energy rating?
It would both empower the tenant to make decisions about whether or not that is a place that they would like to rent, and it would also empower the property owner to make improvements to make their home more efficient.
Got it. And in the process of having to make their home more efficient, there's going to be a cost associated with that. Would that be a fair assessment?
There could be costs associated with it. However, as we described before with the home energy audit that I completed, and a matter of fact that I have encouraged you to complete also, for $50, one can literally get thousands and thousands of dollars of free stuff. Whether, like in my case, there was sealants done, light bulbs, insulation, so on and so forth. So for $50, one can get the ROI that I received, and that doesn't even include the reduction in energy costs, was vast. So yes, there could be a cost, but I would also call it an investment.
Got it. And that does make sense, obviously, if it's well insulated, the heat stays in, et cetera. But I'm just trying to get a good understanding, because essentially we are now forcing the landlords to do this. Is this an opt-in for the landlords? Like they want to do it so they could have a better rating, or they have to do this and provide this, put a sticker on the door, put it on the lease application? So first question is, do they have to do this?
This would be something that would have to be done. I want to say that it is required by 2024, if I remember correctly. And also this, I think, goes to Representative Pauletta's question. For those that don't do it, for the first violation, it would be a $500 potential fine.
Got it. Now, if there is an audit and you need insulation, as you said, you got it for free, which that's amazing because it's quite expensive to insulate a house. So I will continue to look into it further, but I'm going to touch into kind of the research that I did on this program. But if they did get a rating where it said you need to insulate this home, do they have to insulate it?
And how do they receive that information?
No. So if they get the audit and there is clearly an issue, it's an old house, and the windows or the insulation are the problem, just single pane, the loss is incredible. Do they have to replace the things that give them a low score? Because they'll get a scorecard, I'm assuming, and saying, this is ultimately a great product to do it for $50, but this is a way to sell additional services, which I'll get into in a minute. But do they have to do the service or upgrades to the house to bring it to a higher grade of efficiency? Do they have to do that?
There would be no requirement to do so. There would be no requirement to do so, but yes, you would be subject to the score that you would receive based off of the analysis. And I will say again, for the way that one of the program is designed for individual homes, it is $50, and you too, along with any of our constituents, would be able to get literally hundreds, if not thousands of dollars worth of free upgrades to their home, up to and including insulation. They did it for myself. They will do it for you. So I would highly, highly, highly encourage folks that have not been able to participate in this program to do so.
And I do think it's a great idea for homeowners to do that. But from some of the research that I've done, I don't think you get multiple bites at the apple. So if you have a few properties with a few units, I do not believe you get to do those at each location. That's more of a statement from some of the research that I've done. And I also was looking at the website, and this will last as long as the money lasts to pay the people to go there and do these audits, which are quite expensive because I know people that do this for a living, and it's quite profitable. So if this expires, hypothetically, in 2024, when this becomes a mandatory thing for a landlord to do, and it's not $50, will they still have to do this?
As currently written, yes, but the governor's office, was the main proponent of the bill, has said that they are open to finding language that would make sure that it would be subject to this low cost alternative. And with that said, there's also going to be a low cost, if not free, ability to do the same analysis.
And again, from my understanding, you get one shot. So if I'm Paul Chickarella and I have 10 units, I'll be able to do maybe my home, but you're not going to be able to do all of my individual properties, which I tried to call this number and get some additional information. But from the surface research I've done, you're not going to be able to do it at all of your locations. And I'll get back to you after I finish my research. But hypothetically, this does end in 2024 or before that, and we're mandating landlords to do this. It could come at a substantial cost just for the evaluation, not to mention the insulation, the light bulbs, and all the other things that would be recommended to make their home or unit efficient to get this high grade. And ultimately, somebody has to pay for that. And we're trying to find ways to make our housing stock more affordable. But I keep seeing ways that we're increasing the costs to our homeowners and our landlords. And I'm just concerned that this very well may be another step in that direction. If there was a grant, and the language was, if there was a way to pay for it at no cost to a landlord, it's a great product, great idea for a lot of different reasons. But when we're going to be putting costs on landlords, and again, I know it's $50 for one person to do that, but if somebody has 100 units and it's, I don't know, $900 to do it plus, or $750 to do it plus the recommended solutions, I mean, that could be hundreds of thousands of dollars to get these units up to a proper rating. And I'm just concerned now more than ever, both with landlords and tenants having such a hard time finding housing and making it affordable, that this is going to compound that. Again, another mandate. Would it be safe to say maybe we should secure some funding prior to making this mandatory, or make it optional until we find funding to guarantee that landlords that have multiple units won't have to pay for this, for the service?
Is that an opinion? Are you asking me my opinion?
Yes. Yep.
I wouldn't agree. So no.
So if it is not $50 or free, you think it's appropriate to mandate a landlord to have to pay up to $1,000 just for the assessment, minus the recommended upgrades, like you mentioned. You got insulation for free. The landlords will not get that, so they're going to have to pay.
I mean, my opinion is not. I don't think is the appropriate thing to ask. I think. I mean, I hear your argument, but I just want to make sure there's a question. Is there a question related to the bill?
Well, that was my question to you, to see if it would be a good idea that we wait to make sure we have funding, so we're not burdening, homeowners and not every landlord has a lot of properties. I know a lot of landlords that have one unit and are barely getting by, and to now put another cost onto them, it's just a concern to me and the constituents and people that voiced their concerns about some of these bills. And I was just wondering if there would be a way to adjust this language where it's not mandatory, or there is some type of a grant in place instead of making it mandatory. That's just my only thing.
I can see why you say that, but it was going for those that have a small number of units, less than 5. Once again, this small investment of $50 you can recoup and have your ROI back be literally 20-fold, if not more. For those that are on the commercial side, I know there's a part of the website that does talk about that. I just don't have expertise in that, so I do apologize that I don't have more information about that at this exact moment.
And again, to the hypothetical that it's $50 for all the units, I think it's a great investment, but I just don't think that that's accurate. And if we're making the interpretation that it's only $50 or free, it's just going to be it's an astronomical amount of money. If you have a lot of units. B, if you are going to want to get tenants who come to the units, you're going to want to make sure that you're doing everything you can to help them out. But sometimes the landlord simply won't be able to afford it. And I'm just worried that that's going to create additional problems and unintended consequences within this bill. And I was just curious if we'd be open to some language where we did not have to mandate it, or we made sure it was only $50. Is that something that we can consider doing in this legislation?
That is, as I think I said before, that is being considered, and the governor's office is currently working on language to ensure those sort of things that you're talking about, particularly around the costs. But as of right now, once again, there are plenty of funds to make sure that those in the state of Connecticut that want to have a energy efficient home can get the support for a low cost at this exact moment. And there's plenty of funds for the near and immediate future, and even for the long-term future. And even without all those sort of things, to be able to do the assessment and analyze your own the home, to be able to give the information that's required for the bill to go give to the potential tenant, there are going to be low cost, if not zero cost ways in order to provide that information.
Got it. And I could support that if that's, and I'm just not seeing that from the language and the research, if that's the case, but I could totally get behind that. And I just hope that by the time we bring this to the floor, that we could get the language worked out so there won't be any additional costs, astronomical costs to our landlords. But I thank you for entertaining my questions, and hopefully we work on this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And Representative Paletta, did you hear my answer about your question regarding the $500? And you can also look at section 1 and subsection E.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome, Representative. Are there any other questions? Representative Zullo, was that a no? That wasn't. I hear that, brother. All right. Seeing no other questions or comments, clerk, can you please call the roll?
Representative Williams.
Williams in the affirmative.
Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes, yes.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Paletta.
Representative Paletta votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Representative Butler. Representative Butler. Your mic doesn't seem to be working. Can you try?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Thank you.
Did you hear me?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Representative Dela Cruz.
Representative Dela Cruz is yes.
Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Senator Kushner. Representative Pizzuto.
Representative Pizzuto votes yes.
Representative, can you turn on your camera when you vote?
Representative Pizzuto votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Sanchez. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zullo.
Rep Zullo votes no.
Clerk, that is the votes, correct? All right. There for our next bill, 5204, and that concerning a needs assessment and fair share plans for municipalities to increase affordable housing. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Senator Lopes has made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by
Senator.
Senator Winfield. Any discussion? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This proposal, House Bill 5204, needs assessment fair share plans for increasing affordable housing, is reminiscent of the affordable housing statutes that are currently on the books, has attracted a great deal of attention in my district. And I'm here to account for the fact that I will be voting against this particular bill in committee. 5204 provides kind of a reverse statewide assessment on the affordable housing situation in the state, and then puts a mandated requirement for the municipalities to develop their own specific plans to address it. It's basically the kind of the same imposition in the view of the municipality, but perhaps with different metrics, but in the end still being received in that location as being a mandate from the state as far as how zoning and planning is conducted in the various towns and locations of the state. We have in Milford, after 30 years of 830G, a good deal of housing that has been developed specifically when our local zoning board has been overridden. There's a section of up the street from me here, which is sometimes euphemistically referred to as 830G, 830 Street, which is a number of large multi-level structures, housing units that have been there for a while. Nice ones, certainly complying with the spirit and intention of 830G, but a veritable tunnel for anyone that's lived here for any length of time in terms of its effect on our landscape. I will say readily that I do recognize and appreciate the dire need for affordable housing in this state and perhaps even in the districts that we represent. And if this bill were to somehow mitigate some of the less desirable effects of 830G, I would be all in favor of it as a way of perhaps making it more fair, more locally driven than it is now. But it really doesn't add another layer of bureaucracy without great effect. In all the years we've been here, I haven't seen any increase in terms of the affordability of rents in Milford. In fact, I just received my redistricting demographic statistics today. Neither the minority population in our community has increased in any way, in fact, decreased in some ways. And the same thing in terms of the median income that the city represents. My daughter was unable to get a place in Milford, even with the affordable housing provision and some of the new units that were developed for that purpose. So it's not considered to be a viable argument that it is having any great effect as it was intended to, which is one of the reasons why it's very important to the constituents of my district that we take a very measured view of any state mandates on affordable housing. We are working hard under the current in the 830J requirement to come up with an affordable housing plan, working with the Southern Connecticut Council on Governments at no small expense. It was pointed out earlier that most of the towns of this 169 towns and cities of Connecticut, only 26 or so have so far turned in those plans, but They are due in June. I know we're working on it, and this would be another layer of requirements that I don't think the city should or is interested in pursuing. So I will be not voting against 5204 today in committee. I'm open to further review of this if it gets to the floor with some, if there are any other revisions to it that might mitigate the effects of 830G, but I don't see that happening.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm I'm past the point of trying to convince people that we need to seriously do something about affordable housing in the state. I was the chair of the committee several years back. We had a battle over 830G. We battle back and forth. People recognize the need for affordable housing, and then we do a lot to keep us from being able to move forward. And that cycle repeats itself over and over and over and over again. We all know it. Whatever you think about 830G, doesn't matter. There are people who think that affordable housing really is something we need to work on, and there are people who think that it's something we need to at least signal we care about, but not really do something about. Doesn't matter to me. I think we should know where we are in the state in terms of affordable housing. I think that the municipality should have a plan for dealing with it, and that plan should be something that is known. And I am in support of the bill. I could go on probably, as you know, for the next couple of hours, but I have another meeting, so I won't do that. It's just a very frustrating subject that there's a lot of words thrown at, but ultimately they don't mean all that much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Representative Williams. And I do have a number of questions. First, I'm looking at the line where the bill caps a fair share at 20% of municipalities' occupied dwelling units. Correct me if I'm wrong, is that at 10% right now for you?
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Currently, for the goals for most towns are, yes, it is 10%.
And thank you for that. So I guess my comments and questions are going to align around this. So first, I would really caution about that 20%. Why? Well, first of all, I'm very concerned that many municipalities cannot even meet the 10%. Now we're going to ask them to cap it at 20%. Many of the towns came in, and actually it was, and I want to align some of my comments with Representative Smith. They came in and they testified on a bipartisan basis that while they were making good intent to reach that 10%, it was almost impossible to do so. And I know we spoke offline in some of the towns, and there may be legislation crafted in the future where if they're showing that they're building up to the 10%, then they would get some sort of extension. But now 20%. I'm wondering, and maybe somebody can shed some light on the genesis of this, of why the 20% was even talked about and why it's even in this bill when we are hearing from people on both sides of the aisle that the 10% is not even attainable through you.
So that is a good question. So I think as Representative Smith has already shared, that part of this is about planning, and that's exactly what this bill does. It helps with the planning aspect of it all. If you do not have a plan, then you have a plan to fail. And right now, it's a lack of planning. And as I think the Vice Chair has also shared, out of the 140 municipalities that are looking to submit these plans, only 26 have currently submitted them. So we're behind in these efforts of purely just planning. You can also look at our neighbors. New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts have all increased in population. The state of Connecticut only has went up by 1%. 1%. So the fact of the matter is that we do need more affordable housing. And by affordable, we mean housing for all budgets, whether for the most affluent or for those without a lack of compensation. And this is to do nothing more than help plan. And if one begins the planning efforts and makes incremental steps to better it, you can get there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess that leads me to my next question. And that is focused around 830G, which has been the topic of conversation on this committee for many years, long before I got here. And my question is that would this 20% cap be on top of the 10% of 830G incorporated with, or would it override 830G? How would this fit in with that law that's already been passed and worked on in a bipartisan basis in previous years?
This would not replace, this would be in conjunction. 830G, this has no effect on 830G.
So the 10% under 830G, this would be just an additional 10% on top of it?
I will double check that for you. If you ask your next question while I'm doing that research, just to double check for the language.
Sure. So my next question is basically on the duality here and the double standard. I think we've heard a lot of during this meeting and even during the public hearing that a lot of the towns are trying to make a good faith effort at this. We heard many first selectmen, by the way, on both sides. I don't want to say it's just on one side, but we have heard a lot of first selectmen and women come on and say that they want to retain local control of zoning, that they are doing everything they can to incorporate these policies into their town. But then the state comes down and tries to pass another bill or another piece of legislation that might hinder what they are doing. So sometimes we want to shoot for the stars, right? We want to do everything that's right. We want to set laudable goals in this committee. And as legislators, I think we do that in every committee because we all sit on 3 or 4 committees. So we see it every day. But I think, Mr. Chair, you've admitted, Senator Lopes has admitted that a lot of these bills are a work in progress. They're a bill that maybe we want to pass out of committee today, but we're going to alter. And that's good. And I appreciate that. And I take you at your word for that. But it doesn't hide the fact that there are some serious flaws in a lot of this legislation. And these flaws, once passed out, sometimes don't get the wrinkles don't get ironed out when they get to the House floor or the Senate chamber. And that's why, you may ask, okay, well, why do you vote no on certain things? You vote no because you're very concerned about the verbiage and the piece of legislation that's put in front here. So for instance, for me, I'm looking at this as a community that I represent in Greater Waterbury. I border Waterbury. There is not a doubt in my mind that there is a need for housing. We have discussed this. Many people have discussed this. We have spent hours and hours in public hearings and committee meetings and negotiations trying to come to a reasonable solution. I don't think this bill gets us there. I don't think this bill even comes close. By trying to throw an extra 10% on a restriction that already isn't being met at where it is at its current level, I think that just sends the wrong message to municipalities. That's why the groups like CCM have opposed this, because they've come in and said, we need to have our local leaders at the table as well. And that it's just very concerning to me, the message that we are sending to our local government leaders, that we're passing bills here and we really haven't visited our town. Remember, Representative Williams, we talked about doing a field trip. I'm all for that. I'm for taking a few days in the summer, getting everybody on this committee that's passionate about this subject and taking a trip around the entire state, north, south, east, west, visit an existing project that's been put up, visit projects that were talked about on both sides of the aisle by Democrats and Republicans that don't work in their community. And let's come to the table and decide what we think is best. And that's the time to do it, in my humble opinion. Not to rush something through and say, well, we're going to get it out of committee just because, we're going to amend it later on. I don't think that that's fair. I think it's better that we do our due diligence, study it, talk with municipal leaders, talk with the experts, talk with the folks that came into our public hearing, see what their needs really are, and then come back and craft a piece of legislation that works for both sides of the aisle. Unfortunately, I don't see that happening right now. I'm hopeful that it will. And I'm very appreciative of the leadership of this committee that's been very open and willing to talk about these issues, because they are difficult issues to talk about when you have a first selectman or a mayor or a town council member calling you saying, whoa, hold on a minute, before you pass this, we need to make sure that we retain our local control, that zoning and anything that comes into our town potentially has a vote, has a voice. The residents have a chance to speak on it. And it's not just passed as a one-size-fits-all at the state level. those are not just my sentiments. Those are sentiments from folks on both sides of the aisle. I think that's very important to note going forward, especially in a short session, that we have legitimate concerns, and just blanket passing this out would be a mistake in my opinion. But I do have other questions. I'm going to reserve my comments a little bit later. I'll hear what Representative Zullo has to say and maybe come back to me. Thank you.
And thank you, Representative Folletta. And I do stand corrected for a moment. I think I misunderstood your question regarding the 20%. Are you talking about the section 4?
Yes. So
I think if I understand correctly, you're reading about the line of no municipal fair share goal determined pursuant to subparagraph A of the subdivision shall exceed 20% of the occupied dwellings in such municipalities. Correct? Is that the line you're talking about?
Yes. Representative.
Yeah, so no, that is not necessarily saying that the goal is going to be moved to 20%. That is not correct.
So when it says not exceeding 20%, does that mean that there could be a 20% goal set in a municipality?
Could a municipality set that goal for themselves? That is correct.
No, would this legislation set that goal, or would that be up to the municipality?
That bill, this current bill does not say that. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple of questions. The first is, I recognize that the Secretary of Housing and Commissioner of Housing certainly have some expertise, obviously, in the field of housing, but this is a particularly, this is a critical piece of policy. This is going to shape housing policy for generations to come. So I'm curious as to if you have any idea of the policy behind why we're delegating that authority rather than doing it ourselves.
I'm not sure I understand your question, Representative Zullo.
So last year, I can clarify. Last year there was a fair share bill that was substantially more hashed out, right? It actually did provide a more substantive methodology. It kind of did some of what this is saying the Secretary of Housing and Commissioner of Housing are being tasked with doing. So what I'm asking is, why are we delegating that authority? This is so critical. Why aren't we doing this ourselves through a study or a task force?
Is that a question about the bill? I'm sorry. Is that a question about my opinion?
What's the public policy behind delegating this to housing rather than doing it ourselves? Are they better equipped? Do they just have the resources? Is the task forces just never deliver? Is that what this is about?
Yes. If the question is about the changes from a bill that was similar to this versus this year, I think that local control that many of our colleagues have talked about, this allows for additional empowerment at the local level, because the local level will be the one to decide based off of the plan. And this will be based off of guidance from us and also from the expertise in housing, such as the Commissioner of Housing. That's correct.
So I'm just gonna respectfully disagree that it increases local control, because frankly, what it does is it takes authority from the legislature, gives it to bureaucrats in our housing, in the Department of Housing, who are unelected by the people, and then tells them to come up with a methodology and set of rules, and then tasks towns with operating within those rules, but only within those rules. And the people who have to do that have no recourse, because their elected representatives have no say in this. Because once we delegate this, that's it, it's gone forever. So I'm very concerned that we are delegating this authority when we should be doing it ourselves. And did the Secretary of Housing or the Commissioner testify about their ability to actually do this? Did they submit any testimony?
They have submitted testimony on several bills, yes.
Did they happen to submit anything or testify as to whether or not they'll need additional employees or staffing or funds to accomplish this?
I don't recall that being in their testimony.
And do we happen to, I'm still kind of new to this. Do fiscal notes get done after this, or do we know?
After this.
I know.
After this.
Okay. That's fair enough. Going on in section 1, subsection B, it talks about the secretary considering metrics of the need for affordable housing and appropriate factors for fairly allocating. And it references sections 8-2 and 8-23 of the general statutes. And do those sections address requirements for towns to adopt plans of conservation and development and affordable housing plans?
While you ask your next question, I'll get that answer for you in a moment. Yep.
Okay. The next section talks about actually providing guidance for developing the methodology. And I'm a little concerned about the contents of this because it says the methodology is going to increase a town's fair share goal compared to other towns. If a town has, for example, more rateable or accessible property like real estate, or a higher median income, or a lower percentage of people below the poverty threshold. And my question is, what's the public policy rationale behind allocating responsibility for more affordable housing because a town has more people with a higher income?
There's been clear evidence and data that says that concentrating poverty is bad public policy. It keeps families and individuals and communities in generational poverty. So having mixed income neighborhoods and communities is a way of rising all tides.
So this is about deconcentrating poverty. I can understand that. But if a town has a lot of rateable property and a high median income, but zero developable property, why would we allocate a larger share to them? And that's more of a rhetorical question, because
we would have to have evidence of that there's zero developable property. But if that was a possibility, I could hear where you're coming from.
I mean, that's an extreme example, but let's step away from the extreme and just say there are towns where there is not a whole lot of developable property left, which is why the cost of land is so high. And I'm looking at these factors, and I don't see anything talking about considerations for the environment. I don't see anything talking about infrastructure capacity. And maybe these are more of the metrics that the Department of Housing is going to develop independently without any input from the legislature. But I have a problem saying that you're a town with that, and I'm not going to say extreme wealth. You're a town with just relative wealth, but we're going to penalize you because you have that wealth. And we're going to make you comply with this statute to a greater degree than others. And that something about that strikes me as a bit unfair. Moving on, I'm just going through a little quickly. Moving on, I believe it was our ranking member that talked about the interplay between 8-30G and this proposal. So 8-30G talks about remedies that developers have. If a town doesn't have 10% affordable housing, they can appeal a denial and they're entitled to certain burden shifting. Essentially, a town has to prove certain things in that subsequent appeal. Is this supposed to supplement 8-30G or replace it?
It's neither. It will work in conjunction with all of the other laws on in state of Connecticut statutes. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so it will supplement it. At least that's to the best of your knowledge. That's the intent of it, is to supplement it.
It would be another law in state of Connecticut law. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Could be, yes.
I'm just trying to, because what I'm trying to understand is, let's say you're above the 10% threshold under 8-30G, but you still haven't met your fair share goal. So under that situation, developers who come in are no longer able to take advantage of the burden shifting appeal provisions of 8-30G, but as a town, you're still required to take affirmative action to meet your fair share goal. Would that be a fair way of saying the two laws would interplay?
Not necessarily. There are times where that could be accurate. There are times that may not be fully accurate. Because once again, this is nothing more than legislation that would help create a plan.
Well, no, and again, with all due respect, doesn't just create a plan. It tasks somebody to create a plan that then municipalities are required to comply with. So, but assuming it does get passed and they are required to comply, I'm just trying to understand what the interplay is going to be, because if if the result is what representative, or is what our ranking, is what ranking member Paletta implied, I don't know that that's the result. I don't think the result is to increase the threshold for burden shifting under 8-30G to 20% of all the dwelling units in town. I don't think that's the intent, because it would mean that a lot of towns would end up back dealing with those burden shifting provisions of 8-30G.
No, that's not what the 20% is about. That is an incorrect reading.
Right. I don't think that that's the correct way to read it. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand what the practical result would be if this passed and 8-30G was still in play. And I think I do understand it, because I think it's what I said. It's that you would not be subject to the burden shifting provisions anymore, but you'd still have to take affirmative action, such as passing your fair share plan every 10 years and enacting formal policies to further affordable housing in your town. I think that's the way it reads.
Yes, you would still have to enact your fair share goal and plan, just like very similar to your 830J. And but that section only says that no town would have more than a 20% requirement. You can't go, no one would have more than that. That's all that is saying.
Right.
Not saying that is a goal for anyone, but no town would be required to have more than that. That's all that is saying.
Right.
As in, there are some towns that currently have more than 20% deeded like that. That's all that is referring to.
Right. And then if the methodology somehow would have allocated more than 20% of the units in a town, then it would automatically be capped at that 20%.
I think that was accurate. I think so. I think so.
Okay. I get that. I appreciate it. I needed to talk it out, to work through it, to make sure I understood how the interplay works. Throughout the statute, it talks about the state engaging with experts, advocates, organizations with expertise in how affordable housing, for housing planning and zoning. I don't have a question about this, but I just want to point out again that it's the secretary and it's the commissioner that is cherry picking these experts and advocates and organizations with expertise. We have experts, advocates, organizations working on this. And as legislators, we're able to tap the full range of those experts and advocates. And I worry that the process of developing this methodology would be a bit one-sided. And would fail to take into account probably the genuine concerns of local municipalities in trying to enact this. My final question is, are there any penalties specified under this legislation if you fail to reach your fair share goal?
And let me get that answer for you in just one moment. Okay. Are any other questions?
My follow-up question was going to be, if there isn't a penalty, does the secretary or do the commissioner have authority to prescribe penalties under the wording of the proposal as it currently is? And I'm happy if you want to move on to take other questions while you look that up. I don't want to.
If I recall, I don't recall there being any penalties, but don't quote me quite on that yet. So let me just double check that to make sure.
As I said, you're welcome to move on. I know there are other people that do have questions, but as long as you can come back. I'm actually more interested in whether or not the secretary or the commissioner have the authority to prescribe penalties under the wording under the way it's currently worded.
Okay. I'll double check that for you in a moment.
I appreciate that. And thank you for the time and the indulgence. I know it's a little long, but they're genuine concerns. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Zullo. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second time, and I'll try to be quick. I just, as I was listening, some things came to mind, and I just wanted to clarify for myself. So it was said that if we delegate this authority, we lose it. It's my understanding that if the legislature delegates something through enacting a law, which becomes one of the statutes, we have the power to reverse that the same way we created it. So I'm not sure that I agree with that. On the issue of the fair share, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that what we were trying to do was look at regions and the share within the region, and the 20% cap would be helping us to potentially get to the goal. So it seemed that what may have been being suggested earlier, maybe it was just a seeking for information, was that we potentially would have a 20% goal for potentially all of the municipalities, but that doesn't seem to be what's in front of us. What seems to be what's in front of us is that we have a regional goal, and there may be municipalities within a region that are more capable of doing what we need to have done, and they potentially might see the 20% cap, but that is correct, Mr. Chair, right?
That would be correct.
And also, it's my reading that there isn't a punishment inside of the bill that's before us, nor does the bill prescribe the power to the housing commissioner and all of the people in the bill to enact those punishments. So some people might actually see that as a good thing. I do not. I see that as the similar issue that we have with the existing statutes, which is why we are here many, many years later. And despite the fact that people might not like me saying this, still struggling to get to where we need to get to. So I thank you for the ability to speak for a second time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I do apologize, Representative Zullo, for not answering that question before regarding the penalties. It is hard to try to find something that does not exist. So reading for something that's not there, it makes it a little bit harder. So to double check and verify that, no, there is not a penalty, and nor is there a power ascribed to the commissioner to be able to levy a penalty afterwards. So to answer your question, Representative Zullo. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for a second time. I was about to address Representative Zullo's question about a penalty, but Senator Winfield did the same. I asked the question during the public hearing of Rafi Podolsky, who texted me back during the hearing that no, there was no penalty. And no, the fair share provision did not prescribe a remedy through the Department of Housing. So it's kind of open-ended. When it comes to 830G, however, we know the penalty is to have your moratoriums extended or withdrawn depending upon your ability to comply with the metrics that are set out by that law. And a lot of this stuff, we're talking about it as if it happens in a vacuum. It really is, in many cases, is not something prescribed by the state when it comes to 830G, but rather the market forces. I represent the city of Milford. Milford is a very attractive town for developers, not because it's affluent, because it's not because it has a lot of geographic opportunities, because it does not, but it is well sewered, as our mayor says, which is one of the great attractions for some of these developers. What happens is, as soon as the moratorium expires, there's a conga line of developers ready with applications for new development plans that immediately go with it. They have two. They come in prepared with one, which is their high-priced version, and they come in with their 830G version. And there is always the implied threat that they will invoke 830G. My problem with this is not that this seeks to address some of the local concerns associated with 830G, but actually adds another layer of oversight that really doesn't lend itself well toward the aspirations and direction that the local governments hope to have for themselves. You know, as I said earlier, I really don't have any objection or any serious argument that affordable housing is a noble and necessary goal. And your predecessor, Representative McGee, and I had a long conversation where he said, you represent a town, but you also represent the state. And we are, in effect, doing what we can, not only for our respective districts, but also for the state of Connecticut that requires affordable housing. I see that there is a solution that can be found within 830G, and if it's striving for that, I just feel the imposition of another layer of regulation on this does not bode well to developing a workable 830G solution with having a second set of rules and a second structure of bureaucracy to contend with as well. So I just wanted to add that to the discussion on it and what justifies my position on this particular bill at this time.
Thank you, Representative Smith. Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you, Representative. I'm just trying to get my my mind wrapped around this legislation a little bit. Heard a lot of back and forth, and I keep hearing 830G. What is the difference between 830G and this legislation as proposed?
This is what is in front of us, and 830G is not. I mean, I do appreciate several folks talking about their concerns about 830G. But once again, I think the bill as currently on the table is nothing more than making sure that we can develop enough housing in the state of Connecticut for people of all budgets so that our population can continue growing to support the economic development that we need to have in the state of Connecticut. That is all.
Got it. And my minimal knowledge of 830G, isn't that the intended consequences? And I'm not trying to, I'm really asking a serious question here, Representative, and I'm really just trying to get a good understanding because I don't know about you, but after these meetings, the next day I get calls and I want to make sure that I have a good understanding of what this is. So I do apologize if I've asked you a question it may not have an answer to, and you could just let me know that. But I'm serious in my question of I don't need a line item difference between the purposes of both legislation. My understanding and minimal knowledge, and I'll admit that wholeheartedly, is that's the intention of 830G. Am I far off in saying that they both are trying to accommodate your interpretation of what this bill is trying to do?
They're potentially both tools that we can use to make sure that there is enough housing in the state of Connecticut, but they are separate tools. And right now, this is a new tool that we can add to our repertoire here in the state of Connecticut. But 830G is a separate tool that developers can use in order to build housing in the state of Connecticut.
And they won't be used together.
I can't say that.
Okay. So you can't.
So they're separate tools. I mean, very simple. Like I said, if you're building, that's like saying, if someone has a wrench, can they not use a hammer? Those are two separate tools for very different situations.
Great analogy, but I just think that that's a little bit different in this situation. I think it's much different. I do like the analogy though. When we talk about, and some of my questions come from both the Q&A and the bill as it is in its form right now. There was a question about 20%, and what is that? Is that a goal? Is it a cap? Is it a mandate? The 20%, can you elaborate? Because you said it was not a mandate. It was more of just a goal. Is that correct? For clarification.
I'm not sure that is accurate. I don't think I said it was a goal. I said that no town would be required to have more than 20%, but that is not necessarily a goal. So in particular, for those that are currently over 20%, they would not be required to have more than that.
Got it. Now, I guess I'll ask a specific question. If they have 8%, would they be required by 2026 to have 20% with this legislation as it exists?
Can you say that one more time, please? Senator, excuse me.
I asked you a question of, do they have to get to 20%? You said if they're at 20%, they don't have to go over. My question was, if they're not at 20%, and let's just say 8%, do they have to get to 20% with this legislation?
With this legislation, would they have to get to, did you say 10% or 20%?
20%.
So no municipality would be required to go over 20%. That is correct. But would they be required to go to 20%? No, that is not accurate. They would not be required to go to 20%.
I do apologize. I missed the first part. You said they have to go to what?
They would not be required to go to 20. The answer to your question is they would not be required to go to 20%. That is correct.
Okay, and they would have to go to what percent?
This bill is in front of us does not prescribe what percent should be affordable. That is not, it doesn't talk about that. It's something about making the plan and having a fair shield plan based off the metrics and methodologies that will be created through the new team.
Got
so
it.
like the commissioners and so forth, but predominantly the commissioner.
Team. Okay, I'll talk about that in a second. So I do apologize. I thought that you said that you said that they have to get to some percent, but maybe that was something else. So for clarification,
this bill does not this bill does not prescribe a certain percentage.
They don't have to get to any percentage. Okay, thank you for clarifying that question. Then you mentioned the teams. And the team will be made up of a few individuals, and then they're going to have some responsibilities. I think you mentioned a commissioner. Do you know what the team would be made up of? Or who?
That is currently in section or line 83, the secretary in consultation with the commissioner and so on and so forth. So I can let you read that unless you need me to read it right now.
No, I actually have it because that's where I was trying to
Okay.
trying to get to this. It says experts and advocates. Now, when we say experts and advocates, people advocate for two different things. Will they be experts in zoning legislation, or will they be experts in 830G, or what is the makeup of an expert when it comes to this specific legislation?
As currently written, the experts that are there could be all sorts of experts.
Okay, because it basically says they're going to be advocates and with organizations specifically for affordable housing. And again, I understand the need for affordable housing and the positive intentions of this, but when you have a group of experts that have the same point of view, it's very hard to really come to a middle of the road approach that's best for Connecticut in its totality. You know, this right here seems to be experts that is in favor of just one way to get to the goal of making affordable housing. And that alarms me a little bit because we talk about there's no mandates, but in section 1 and 2, it speaks about the group that will be put together. And from my understanding, there'll be experts that are advocates for affordable housing. And I don't see any other experts or credentials that would make it a balanced budget. I'm sorry, a balanced team to really come to a solution for the greater good of Connecticut. I understand the goal it's intended to do, but I just don't think that it's a full picture of everybody's perspective and backgrounds that could really give some good insight on how we could solve some of the problems in different ways. And I'll leave that alone and talk more about now what they're going to do. And we talk about there's no mandates, but there's words in here that talks about mandates, specifically, you know, by 2026, the Department of Housing and the experts shall report on the implementation of the municipalities' fair housing plans and the performance towards the plan and methods of enforcing compliance. So what are we going to be enforcing if there's no number? So I could give you to send you to section 2. And I'm going to get you a line in just 1 second. It's in section 2 from 17 to from 117 to 130, and maybe it just makes it, instead of giving you one sentence, you could look at the section that speaks about that, specifically in 127 regarding the implementation, compliance, and enforcement.
I'm sorry. What is the question now?
I do apologize. That was a lot. My question is, we established that there is a committee, and I tried to figure out what the makeup of the committee was. And I think my questions and the way it's written, they are mostly housing advocates. And I don't see anything else about any other profession. So we established what the expert panel will be made up of. I asked you questions prior about a percentage. Does it have to be 10, 20? We said that there is no requirements in this legislation, but then we're talking about enforcement, and this group in section 2, it talks about how by 2026, they'll come together and enforce or come up with a way to implement and ensuring the compliance. So my question to you is, what are they going to implement and require and or enforce?
That is a great question. So I said, this bill gives no powers for enforcement. That's a good question.
So then would it be safe we could get rid of the section 2 that talks about enforcement? If there's nothing to enforce, what would be the purpose of giving a board power to enforce something?
And just for reference, you're talking about line 125?
The whole section is 117 to 130. It talks about that. And then a little bit more of the makeup of the board is in multiple sections.
And I mean, it was good. I think some of your suggestions about the makeup of the board are what's the word? I think the way you prescribe it doesn't leave room for the ambiguity in which the bill itself is, as it is written. It does leave a lot of opportunity for interpretation. So I think very similar to why the makeup could be there, the language regarding enforcement should also be there for interpretation too, regarding the enforcement and implementation of making the plan. So I would say that's probably not going to be a friendly amendment, but you're welcome to make an amendment if you so choose.
Well, if you're saying there's nothing there to implement or mandate, I just ask why it's there. And that's just some concern that we're going to pass legislation that we're saying we're going to give a group of people the power to mandate something, but we don't know what they're mandating. It's just a little concerning. For that reason, I have a few other questions, but for this reason and a few others, I'm going to vote no on this legislation. Again, I understand the consequences don't get thought about because the intentions and the need for affordable housing are so great. But this is a great example of when we're trying to push stuff through pretty quick that there could be so many unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, clerk, can you please read the roll?
Representative Williams.
Williams in the affirmative. Did you get me, clerk?
Actually, yeah, can you just go one more time?
Williams in the affirmative.
Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes. Please pick up my face. There you go.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes no.
Can you just go one more time?
Representative Smith votes no.
Senator Anwar. Representative Paletta.
Representative Paletta votes no.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Dela Cruz.
Representative Dela Cruz votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez vote yes.
Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Senator Kirshner. Representative Pizzuto.
Representative Pizzuto votes no.
Representative Sanchez. Sorry, Representative Sanchez. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes no.
That's it.
Thank you, clerk. I'm gonna move on to the next bill. 5209, Act concerning Housing Authority jurisdiction. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved, Representative Smith.
Second,
Smith,
Representative Johnson.
the motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion, Representative Paletta?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have a couple of questions, namely on the S language that came out here since we spoke about this bill in the public hearing. Representative, I was wondering if you could just shed some light on this, because this has been really the bone of contention here. And perhaps of every item on this agenda, this one is the one that really concerns me. It's the fact that the local control, the local governing authority, will no longer have a say should this bill pass and should this move forward. That is perhaps the most troubling part of this bill. That is the part that larger groups like the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities have opposed, in which legislators on both sides of the aisle are represented in their local form of government. And also the part that is most concerning to me, because when we talk about zoning and when we talk about developments and when we talk about perhaps a housing authority expanding its jurisdiction, we have to have this chat about whether or not the local municipality, namely the governing authority, should have a say in it. And I was wondering if you could just shed some light on that. I know we had a discussion about this, but why was that provision removed from this bill, which originally was in the bill, which is why it was supported by many of the groups, which of course now it's no longer supported? Why was this provision removed?
So that is a great question. Thank you, Representative Paletta. So I will say, as the new chair, and someone that's been a strong proponent of a bill like this, that in the drafting of that language, that is my mistake, and that should have never been included in the first place. So I will take that ownership as the new chair and a mistake that I made as a rookie. So I do apologize for that. The second thing, it is not accurate to say that there is no local control. The local control will still be most oftentimes a planning board or a planning and zoning commission, and they would still have control over, based off of the current zoning laws and zoning regulations, on what can be built and what cannot be built. And many municipalities, such as the city of Middletown, these boards and commissions are elected, as in the position that I was first elected to when I first started my elected official career in the year 2007 as a planning and zoning commission. So there will still be local control, and it will be the oftentimes the planning and zoning board.
Thank you for that explanation. And as we had discussed, in my opinion, more lies with the fact that because these developers, and this leads me into my next question, is are these developers afforded any of the amenities under 830G?
So remember that 830G is nothing more than a tool. It's only a tool that is used when a developer, typically when the conversations and the negotiations between a municipality and developer have reached a standstill, and then a developer may so choose to use the tool of 830G, but is not required. However, if a municipality is working with a developer to build additional housing, and in this case, this particular case of affordable housing, then the tool of 830G may not have to be used. But if they so choose to use it, if necessary, they could, but that is not a requirement, and nor oftentimes not necessary. So if a town works with a developer and says, hey, let's work together so we can make the right sort of development for our municipality, 830G does not have to be used.
Thank you. So we heard a very passionate testimony in the public hearing about this bill. We had first select woman, I think, from the town of Darien. She came in and professed quite empathetically that she was very much in favor of this bill and that she has incorporated housing in her community that has worked out well. That there was that they had a developer come in and they worked with him and it worked out great. Then we had others come in and testify, and let's just say that their testimony was not as kind and raised some eyebrows, particularly for folks that listened that had colleagues on both sides of the aisle in some of these communities that were disproportionately affected by some of these developers. In your humble opinion and through your dealing with this bill, what, and I guess maybe this is not a question to ask you, but I'm going to ask it. What do you say to a legislator or a local governing authority that comes in and says, please, we need to have our own control. We need to have a say in what goes on in our town because this project happened, which we clearly heard during the public hearing. We had a project that disproportionately affected our town in a way that was built in an area that it shouldn't have been built, or that it did not meet a setback requirement, or that our water and sewer couldn't handle it. What do we say to those folks that have come in and pleading with us not to pass this bill? How do we explain to them that, yes, we went forward and passed this bill?
I would say that you still have every tool in your toolbox to still continue to use your regulations and your statutes, including all your rules around planning and zoning.
So I'm sorry, the lights went on. So in other words, if a town was not to have a say in this and it would go directly to zoning, well, I guess here's my question. Let me rephrase that. Why was this particular project that was talked about by many legislators not prevented if it had the opportunity to go through zoning and then could have been rectified there? How come it still was able to get through?
So there still is a good question on all the different opinions. I think in many of these spaces where, yes, some legislators may have spoken up and said that they didn't like that particular development. If I've understood correctly, that every single one of these developments have waiting lists. So you have a lot of people that want to move into these properties. So I would ask the residents of those areas how they felt about the development in the process. So maybe I think there's a good conversation around which voices are heard and which voices are not heard.
Okay, so, and we had a subject matter public hearing on this. And again, to put it into layman's terms, because not everyone understands, as my colleague Senator Ciccarella alluded to earlier, not everyone understands 830G, 830J, all the acronyms and everything that goes along with it. So for an average person that lives in a town, okay, the bill here sends a message to them that we're going to bypass your local governing authority. We're going to send it right to planning and zoning, okay?
Which is the local governing authority.
I would disagree that the planning and zoning is the local governing authority. I think the local governing authority is actually the chief elected official and or the, group of folks that are elected. So whether it be a town council or in conjunction with a town manager, usually the zoning board, whether it be elected or not, like in Watertown, it's appointed. The zoning board is not making decisions on a day-to-day basis in the town, budgetary, any sorts of acts or resolutions. Those don't go to zoning. Zoning is purely land use. So, but I do agree with you that the zoning boards in these local towns should have a say in this, of course. But I think that the first stop, of course, should be the chief elected official because they answer most of the time to the voters. In Watertown, zoning doesn't answer to the voters. It's appointed by the governing authority. So that lies the first issue with this. But back to my original question here, which I think I lost my train of thought, where we had legislators coming in on the subject matter public hearing, and they were very passionately saying, legislators from Greenwich, from Fairfield, mostly from Fairfield County, because they have been adversely affected by this, saying, A, we're making every effort to do this. B, we'll never meet the threshold. C, if a developer threatens 830G, then they would be seriously violating our zoning laws. Again, as the items that I mentioned before, setback and other regulations. Historical district, for instance, the building may need to be built a certain way and then it's not because the developer uses 830G. That's where kind of my problem with this bill lies. And that's where I think there will be a lot of questions on this, because it's not that no one here in their right mind would want to deny anyone housing, and no one would want to say, no, we don't want you in our town. we have a housing authority in Watertown. We have a great relationship with the housing authority in Watertown. Let me tell you that. And the wait list is long. I'm going to put that out there. But the difference is that in Watertown, it was planned. It went to planning and zoning. There was a number of public hearings. There were things that happened that kept local control. And that is what I think we're losing with this bill. That's where when people say one size fits all zoning is not good for Connecticut, that's what they mean. And again, in a layman terms, somebody who, the dad or mom that is taking their kids to sports tonight or watching Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune right now, they don't understand all the details in this. They don't understand the crux of what we're trying to get to. What they're going to understand is that my town is no longer going to have a decision. It is now going to get bypassed and pushed over to just one board. And furthermore, on the housing authority jurisdiction, I have to bring up the negotiations that we've had in the past, that there was a need for housing from New Haven to Hamden. There was a great need last year. That was clearly expressed. That was agreed upon on both sides. And if that need really exists right now, today, like it did last year, then let's do a bill to help New Haven expand into Hamden. Let's do it right now. And let's pass that bill immediately. Let's do it tomorrow, because that is where the need is. But to just blanket the whole state and say, okay, we're going to do a 10-mile radius and, any housing authority can just expand. And by the way, they don't have to go to the local governing authority. And by the way, they can threaten to use 830G if they're not being treated correctly. Doesn't make any sense. And if there is a problem in New Haven, which I believe there is, then let's take care of New Haven. Let's do what we need to do to get those folks housing, and that housing authority can expand, no problem. But we're really disregarding the small towns and now losing the support of the advocates of all the small towns. You talk about a group like CCM, they represent almost 160 towns, and they're just begging for local control. And that is where I really struggle with this. So I will listen to the questions and the debate. But if I will, Mr. Chair, through your indulgence, I would like to offer an amendment to add back in that very important line, 215, if I may.
Is that a motion for an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So a motion has been made. Is there a second?
Reb Zullo seconds.
A motion has been made and seconded. So there's a motion and an amendment on the floor. Is there any discussion about the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And if I may just bring to your attention that was line 215, starting on 215, where it says, provided in the case of a municipal area of operation that includes any other municipality, such other municipality agrees by proper resolution to the expansion of the area of operation to include such other municipality. That's 215 to 218 through you.
Thank you, Representative Paletta. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Representative Zullo.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chair, for the double hand up, the digital and the physical. I will be brief on this. I'll save the remainder of my comments, but I do agree with my ranking member here that local control in its best and in its purest form really does mean that your local governing body, which in many cases is your town council or your RTM, your town meeting, whatever it is, that those people have a say in the process. In a derivative form, it means that your appointed officials who live in town or who know your town best have a say in it. And yes, you're correct that zoning boards will still have a say in these processes, but the decision makers, the chief CEOs, the town council will not. Local control is exactly what was taken out of this bill, and local control via this amendment is what's going to be put back in. And if we truly want local control, and if we truly want to be able to tell people that this bill allows for local control, then I would encourage people to support this amendment, because this puts local control back in. A vote against this means that you are fine with municipalities having less control of development in their towns and the types of applications that your zoning boards are going to receive. So I appreciate the opportunity. So thank you.
I just asked that this be taken by roll. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is,
I'm sorry, I was on mute. And it will of course be done by roll. Senator Chicarella.
I do apologize. I defer. I see Senator Lopes' hand up. He had it up first. The good chair could go right ahead.
Senator Lopes.
Well, thank you. I was wondering if I was going to say anything in the amendment, but I was actually hand up for the bill, but I'll speak on the amendment. Same story. And I want to speak directly to what Rep. Zullo was just mentioning too. This is an issue that comes up all the time. It's here. It's in planning and development, which I sit on, and we had a hearing last night till 1 o'clock in the morning on a lot of the same issues. I understand the conflict. It is about the loss of local control versus doing expanding affordable housing and advancing the economy of the state. And on one level, I understand the objections to this bill, that people don't want to lose the loss of local control is scary. People are intimidated by it. But honestly, my memory of that public hearing is quite a bit different than Rep. Paletta's, in that there weren't people saying that these developments were created and, oh my God, it hurt the town. It was, these developments are going to be built and I'm not going to like it. Or this development was built and I don't like it. But substantially, none of them had hurt the towns. There were no indications that I'm aware of that they built something that overloaded the sewer system or septic system. Those things were taken into consideration when these developments were built. And I've not heard of any problems with the developments that are built under 830G other than I don't like them. So the reality is, and it's a hard reality being residents of this state, because we like this state. Obviously, we all like this state. We ran for office in it. But we have perpetuated exclusionary policies in this state for over 100 years. And certain towns do it more than others. And that's why we developed, as Representative Williams says, tools to try to break down some of these exclusionary policies. The bottom line is some people are not wanted in certain communities. It's hard to say that. It's hard to listen to it. And we're trying to do a couple things that make people understand that we need to expand affordable housing in all communities. This fair share bill is a great tool because it really is more of a planning tool. Last night in planning development, a lot of people who objected to these 830G expressed that there's no overarching plan. A lot of this stuff is just forced on communities and you have to do it without a real plan. This is the plan. This is something where we can get all sides of housing experts. It doesn't have to all just be pro affordable housing people to sit down and determine a plan that what would work best in most states. So I'm really a strong proponent of all these affordable housing policies. I know people are worried about it, but I really maintain that the opposition is based in fear of what might happen, not the reality of what is happening and what we need to move this state forward. But that's my 2 cents. I would encourage all members to vote against this amendment.
Senator Chicarella.
Thank you. And I appreciate the time to speak in support of this amendment. Just wanted to clarify, I think we're talking on the Housing Authority expanding their jurisdiction, correct?
That is correct. What this would simply do is allow for a public housing authority to do business in neighboring towns or other areas in the state. Actually, it's just I think it's neighboring towns within, I think, 20 miles, if I remember correctly.
Got it. Yeah, I apologize.
So this is not about 830G, just a fair reminder.
Thank you, and I appreciate you for clarifying. I think Senator Lopes was speaking on the 8 and 7 at the same time because they are, I'm sure, pretty closely related. So I heard something. I just want to make sure I was speaking at the right time. And this amendment is to keep local control. So the people who live in the towns and have firsthand knowledge of what's best for the area. And when we mean what's best for the area, in my opinion, and from people that I talk to and the people that at least are in my district, are things like, can we handle the amount of waste that may come out of a building? Can we handle the school load with that district? Will the buses be able to get in and out of the area without, interacting negatively with maybe a senior housing bus schedule? The things that are relevant to the town. Not that people don't want different types of people around. And I lived a pretty diverse life. I have a lot of life experiences, a lot of friends, and I'm ashamed to hear that people would actually say they wouldn't want different people in their neighborhoods. I'm so blessed to live in the 34th district because it's not that way here. And that is terrible. And I understand why maybe this legislation may be created to combat that, but I don't see that. I really don't. This amendment, again, speaks to local control. Here in the state, we create legislation, and it's like a chain of command or ways that there could be quality control. Apologize for that. Quality control, if you will, right? Legislation may come down. We may not understand certain situations that are happening in districts, and the local control gives the ability to shed light on that. And if we bypass that, we could be doing a lot of damage to towns. And this only addresses towns that are in a certain distance from these housing authorities. So it's not going to address every town in the state of Connecticut. So this is literally just ones that border larger housing authorities. We just saw some legislation that will probably pass after today's committee meeting that we don't even know what it does. We don't know what we're enforcing, but we passed the bill. And that's to go to the floor. That's the reason why I think that local oversight is so imperative, to make sure the people that decided to live in these towns could have their voices heard and not taken away. And that's why I think that this amendment is so important. Again, sensitive to the issues that were brought up. And I would love to figure out a way to really address those. I'm very thankful that an advocate, Rafi, reached out just a few minutes ago and is going to sit down with me and give me some insight tomorrow. But we just have to really make sure when we're trying to solve a problem that we don't create others. And I just think that this is going to happen when doing this. So I speak in support of the amendment and will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Zullo, do you have your hand up still? Representative Paulette, do you have your hand up still?
I'm for the underlying bill, just to be clear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Paulette, was that for the underlying bill or is that for the amendment?
He's not there.
Okay. For clarification, that this would not take away zoning control. Zoning would still have the authority to do what they always do. And that is it. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk, can you please call the roll?
Representative Williams.
Williams, no.
Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes no.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes no.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes no.
Quick, and I appreciate.
Representative Paletta.
Representative Paletta votes yes.
Senator Chigarella.
Senator Chigarella votes yes.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes no.
Representative Dela Cruz.
Representative Dela Cruz votes no.
Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez vote no.
Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson votes no.
Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes no.
I
Did you hear
can
me?
I can hear you, but your camera's not coming up.
Can you see me? Let me talk for a minute. Now you can, right?
Yes.
Senator Kushner votes yes. No, I'm sorry. Senator Kushner votes no. Did you get that?
I did. Representative
Thank
Pizzuto.
Representative Pizzuto votes yes.
Representative Sanchez. Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the negative.
Representative Zulo,
Rep. Zulo votes yes.
So thank you, clerk. All votes have been tallied, correct? So what's just for clarification, so I know there's several people have said on multiple occasions that there is some confusion about what 830G does and does not do and what the tool is used for. So 830G simply moves, if there cannot be a compromise and understanding between a developer and the local municipality, then it moves those sort of decisions to the hands of the courts. And the courts would only be able to rule on things such as height, reasonableness. They can't do character anymore. And things like setbacks, they can do height, they can do parking. Those are the things that 830G allows for the courts to rule on if there cannot be a reasonable consideration between typically the local planning board and the developer. That's the only thing that 830G does. And for clarification, I know Representative Paletta has talked about the issue between, or not issue, but I think there's been some misunderstanding about what was going on between New Haven and Hamden, particularly the Housing Authority of New Haven. There was a discussion, or there's an insinuation that the look was to go to Hamden. Hamden is actually not listed as a high opportunity zone, so that is not a municipality in which the New Haven Housing Authority was looking to go to. So I'm not sure where the confusion has come from, but that is not, or that was not the intention of the Housing Authority last year, and is not the intention of the Housing Authority of New Haven this year. So I don't know where that misunderstanding has come from. So I just wanted to make sure that there was that clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was in negotiations last year. That was a specific ask, but okay, maybe it's not happening this year.
Yeah, but I think from even from last year, the look to go into Hamden was not one, because Hamden is not a high opportunity zone. But do you have further questions on the underlying bill, Representative Paletta?
Yes, I do actually. Thank you. I can defer to my colleague, Representative Zulo, if he has other questions, and then you can.
That was going to chair the meeting. I'll keep picking other people. Representative Zulo, please go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. That was good. Okay. First, and I recognize that this is not a requirement, but is this JFS language on this bill posted anywhere other than us receiving it by email?
If I understand correctly, Counselor, it is not currently public. Is that correct, Counselor Persick?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for that. The first thing I just want to say, and again, it's no reflection on you, and I appreciate you owning the little mix-up, that this is a bill of significant consequence. This isn't just a one-liner or something else. This is the kind of bill that creates generational impacts in municipalities, and people who are watching this should have the ability to look at the language and compare the new language to the old language, and they don't as we're doing this, and I don't think that's fair. And I just want to note that. With respect to your comments about what 8-30G does, you are correct that it provides a mechanism for appeal for developers or applicants to the Superior Court if they are unhappy with a decision before a local planning body. But when you say that it allows them to take into account parking and things like that, the standard on appeal is very different. And that's what I keep talking about when I keep talking about burden shifting. Ordinarily applicants at zoning boards are required when they're not happy with action appeal, and they're required to prove that the decision was arbitrary and capricious. That's not the case in 8-30G appeals. Rather, the burden shifts from the applicant to the municipality to prove certain things. And what the court really goes to look at is whether or not the interests promoted or the interests in affordable housing outweigh some of the other concerns of the municipality, like parking, like lighting, like traffic, and things like that. And in the vast majority of cases, the interest in affordable housing always outweighs, or at least is found to outweigh, these other concerns. And so when people are talking about local control, what they're talking about is the fact that local planning bodies' hands are tied because the decisions aren't being made at local planning bodies. They're being made by courts pursuant to legislation passed at the state level. And so when we say this isn't about 8-30G, it is, because when a housing authority brings a set-aside application in another town, if this were to pass, and they proceed with a set-aside application and they get denied, they'll be appealing under 8-30G. And what that means is that the burden will then shift to municipalities. And that burden shifting means that towns, if they have a legitimate concern that they want to litigate, are going to have to spend significant amount of money going up against housing authorities who have huge budgets. Granted, they have small margins, but huge budgets funded by all sources of revenue, including federal revenue, which I think is unfair to municipalities, particularly small municipalities whose legal budgets will be just remarkably dwarfed or will be remarkably smaller in size compared to those of housing authorities. One of my questions, though, is housing authority property taxable?
Housing authorities are nonprofits, but most, and I think all pay pilot.
So if a municipality has a housing authority developed in their town, they will receive pilot money for.
They pay pilot.
The housing authorities pay pilot?
That's correct.
Okay. I appreciate that, that clarification.
Yeah, I had a fun conversation with the director of East Hampton Housing Authority regarding that. So I'd encourage you to talk to Representative Haynes's constituent regarding that.
Okay. Rep. Paletta kind of put me on the spot as I was gathering my notes. But with that being said, you know, again, I'm gonna go back to local control. I could continue to talk about this for a while, but local control is what we've just voted down. And I understand, and I very much admire the comments of the chair, Senator Lopes. We do have an affordable housing issue in Connecticut, but you know, we've got all of these different things going on right now. We've got the Commission on the Development in the Future. We've got the TOD bill that we just did last night in P&D. We've got the Housing Authority Jurisdiction bill here. We've got the Fair Share Study bill that we just did. And each of them is trying to attack independently this problem. And I was just talking to somebody about this today, that the solution to our housing problem should be a collaborative one. It should be all encompassing. And it should start with identifying what we need as far as housing stock. And it should identify that housing stock by the the income threshold, how many units were deficient at 30% AMI, 50% AMI, 80% AMI, all the way up, even well above AMI. And we should be figuring out where the resources exist to meet those needs. And all of these bills kind of do that independently, but none of them do it in concert. And I think it was Senator Ciccarella earlier who was saying that passed alone, I think a lot of these bills are going to have unintended consequences. And that's why I've been a big advocate so far for a more collaborative, unified approach. For that reason, I'll be voting no on this today, but I do appreciate all the effort and hard work that goes into this. It's not easy. And so I appreciate the time and all the answers that you've been able to provide tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Ciccarella. Is your hand still up or no?
Yes, thank you. I apologize. Just took me a second to get to my unmute button. Still have other work to do, as I'm sure you're aware of the multiple committees that we're all on. You know, as we talked about the local control being an issue, there's other concerns that I have, and just a really quick question. You used an interesting analogy saying 830G is just a tool in the toolbox. Is it fair to say, or is it an accurate statement to say that the housing authorities would be able to utilize 830G, just like any other developer?
any developer may use 830G.
And the housing authority will be treated just like any other developer. Therefore, the housing authority can use 830G in this bill as it is.
A housing authority is a developer. That's one of their functions. So yes, they would be able to use this. They would be able to use 830G if necessary. But I mean, it said in many areas, such as East Hampton, where the East Hampton Housing Authority has a great relationship with the municipality. They would work in conjunction with one another. They would never need to use 830G. Same thing with Middletown. Middletown, ran by Director Vasilio, who's been a mentor of mine for years. That's a great relationship with the city of Middletown for the last 20 or 30 years, probably even longer than that. Would never have to use 830G.
Yeah, and I think that's great. I know here in North Haven, we have a lot of great developers that do a great job to create the affordable housing. And it's not necessary or needed to go to those courts, but that's kind of my concern, is when two municipalities are going to go to court for 830G. Has that ever happened in New Haven or any other housing authority that has jurisdiction right now in the the location of where the jurisdiction is present? Has New Haven Housing Authority ever went to court against New Haven or any other city?
I'm just not aware, but I do think, to your point, that it's incredibly presumptuous to think that a new housing authority, if they were going to a neighboring municipality, it wouldn't be a collaborative effort. It wouldn't be a cooperative effort. I think in a lot of these ways, 830G would never come up because the municipalities and the developer would work hand in hand. I think you have a great point.
No, I do have a concern though, that I can see a situation where a town would go to court and make arguments of why something shouldn't be there. And I think that a lot of builders may not have the pockets of a housing authority, which is essentially the taxpayers' dollars, to litigate stuff like this. And that is a concern, because if there's any open space and the local, zoning board, in wetlands commission, et cetera, mayor's office knows that it's not developable for a reason and the housing authority wants it, or wants to do something there, technically they could bring them to court for 830G. And I don't know this question, and maybe Joe's an attorney, he might be able to answer this. I know that the court can't be on one side of an individual person, if that makes sense. So for example, the court can't work against or with one party in opposition. They're supposed to be a neutral party. So I was just curious if there ever has been, that was my question, any situation where a housing authority has sued the town that they have worked in or had jurisdiction in. Do you know of any?
Is that a question you prefer to try to answer, Mr.
I do apologize both for the ringing. I'm getting in trouble for not being home. But I was asking our good chairperson here, but if he would.
Unfortunately, I'm not aware of that at this time.
Would you relinquish the indulgence to Joe Zullo, our good state representative?
Zullo, if you have information for that, I would gladly have you share.
Unfortunately, I don't. I just pulled up the judicial docket very quickly to see if there's anything on it, which I'd be happy to scan.
Right. I mean, there could be a whole host of reasons of why a housing authority could have a disagreement with their municipality. That is a possibility. I mean, if there was a legal disagreement, then the courts are one of the ways in which to solve it. That's a possibility.
I do thank you and appreciate the leniency there for that. I thought he had a specific answer to the question. I honestly was not sure if that is something that could happen. So I was just very curious, but thank you for the indulgence and in allowing the response from Representative Zullo. Back to the housing authority, which they are developers, but they're a little different than your average developer. Just the means that they have compared to some of the local developers in my area, I just think it makes an unfair advantage for, our developers to try to find space, which is already so hard here in Connecticut, as we all know, and develop properties to bring good housing and good affordable housing to the residents of Connecticut. And I just feel that that's going to have a negative effect on local developers and builders. And I just hope that that's not just another unintended consequences of this legislation.
And to your point, Senator, I think you are correct that there are some large public housing authorities, but there are also fairly small ones, such as the East Hampton Housing Authority and the Darien Housing Authority, and so on and so forth. So they're not all large ones. So I hear where you're coming from.
I appreciate that. Thank you. How are the housing authorities funded? And I apologize if you don't know that. Do you know how the housing authorities are funded, whether they're large or small?
If one was being started, like how were they started years ago, or
funded? How do they have the means to conduct business? I'm guessing taxpayer dollars. Is that a fair assessment?
They're developers. They're going to receive their funding through, a lot of times, through their rents and through whatever way that their residents pay their rents.
So housing authorities use private money to develop housing authorities. I know builders, they use their own money, they make investments, but the housing authorities have to.
The incomes of their rents, that's correct. So for instance, if I maybe a question so I can understand your question, just so we can have the same terms. If it was a private homeowner and someone used a Section 8 voucher, would you say that the private owner is using tax dollars, using public money?
No. My question, and I apologize, not when they purchase the actual unit that was built. The housing authorities have to build this before they could get the rents. How are they funded? Where do they get the money to build these housing structures? They have to buy the property, they have to build, they have to get the material, pay laborers to build it. How are they funded? Is it taxpayer dollars or is it private money? Is it loans? Do you know how they're funded? That was my question.
They would be able to use, they would have a performer like any other developer. It would be able to use a mix of credits, rental income, so on and so forth, to be able to build and develop.
So they will finance a project the same way a private developer will?
They're a developer, yes.
So they finance the project the same way. They have no upper hand.
Well, every developer develops differently, depending on the project. So no developer does it the same way every single time.
Okay, so maybe a simpler question. You're telling me that there is no difference in advantage for a housing authority to come in and develop a property in an area compared to a local builder or a non-housing authority. Let's just keep it very basic.
What advantages do you think there are?
Non-housing authority developer.
What advantages would they have?
I'm saying, how do they specifically get their money to fund their projects? You're telling me that they do it the same way, whatever way it could be, private money, hard money, taxpayer dollars. If it's taxpayer dollars on the—
When you say taxpayer dollars, what do you mean?
So the housing authorities receive grants. They receive maybe federal money that private developers may not be able to get. That's what I was asking. Is that a fair assessment to say that they could find access?
So when a private developer receives a tax abatement or receives a grant to do new housing, is that how is that different? Maybe I just want to be able to understand.
I'm asking that, and maybe the answer is you're telling me that they can simply get the same money at the same rates and have the same advantages from the housing authority to a private developer. They could go after the same bank of money. They could go after a grant or some type of a loan or zero interest loan.
A housing authority would be able to go after any sort of fund to be able to do the development like any other developer. That's correct.
Interesting. Okay. And if a developer purchased a piece of property, builds something, they're going to pay taxes, correct? A private developer, not a housing authority.
And to further answer your question, there are some programs from HUD particularly that certain housing authorities would have access to that a private housing authority may not have access to. The same way a private developer may have access to grants that a housing authority would not be eligible for. So
Okay,
they're always going to have to go to the criteria of the funding mechanism. But if your question is purely, are there access to grants or programs that a housing authority may have access to, just for being solely a housing authority, that is a possibility.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're back to the last question. So yeah, so basically there may be an ability for the housing authority to access funding or access to different types of money than a local builder. Different. Is that, before you're saying they're treated exactly the same? Is that?
What I'm saying is that any developer is going to use their pro forma to be able to make the project happen. And whether it's a housing authority or it's a independent developer, they're going to use the funding mechanisms in which they have access to be able to do their development. And it's going to look different for each and every project, and it's going to look different from developer to developer.
Okay, all right. To the second question is, when a non-housing authority developer builds and develops, non-housing authority, they're going to pay taxes. Is that correct?
If they are a for-profit agency, that's a possibility, yes.
Yes. I do not believe that there's many developers that are nonprofit, but that, again, this isn't my wheelhouse, but I would think that a developer.
Habitat for Humanity.
So Habitat for Humanity could also come in and do the same exact thing. They could develop a nonprofit housing somewhere, just like.
That's literally the definition of what they do. Not to be funny, but yeah, I mean, that's really what they do.
So again, but they're a nonprofit, so I think they have access to different money. I think that's exactly where I was going. They have access to different funds. They're not.
Yes, a developer can use whatever funds they need in order to develop property. That is correct.
Yes, but the Habitat for Humanity, which is a nonprofit, they have access to different money. Donmar Development down the road here in North Haven, they go to build a project, they're going to assume risk. They're going to assume liability for the project. That means Habitat for Humanity or a housing authority does not have that same risk. Number one. Number two, they don't have to come up with that money themselves, right? Because they are getting money in different ways. So that's what I was trying to, I think you just made my point. So I don't want to reiterate that and get lost in you know, that was really great to bring up Habitat for Humanity, because it clarified, at least for me, the difference between a nonprofit that's going to develop and a developer that's looking to make a business out of developing. So that's where I was going with that. Specifically now to taxes. They would pay taxes on a project because they're making money. And then that tax would go to the town as top line revenue growth. If a housing authority or a Habitat for Humanity moves on in, they're not going to pay. They're going to pay in pilot, as you stated. Do you know what the pilot rate is for housing?
For housing authorities, what the pilot is?
Yes.
I don't know that off the top of my head. I apologize.
Okay. All right. I would assume it's a substantially less than what an average developer would have to pay.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Okay. I thank you for.
I mean, interestingly enough, I mean, the director from the East Hampton Housing Authority thinks it's too high. So I would love to we should probably have a conversation together with her regarding that.
Okay. All right. Well, again, I have builders. I'm going to have people asking me questions. I want to be able to answer them and say, why is a town get to come in with either federal money, state money, or sometimes grant or free money, and I have to every day go out there and grind to find a piece of property and then go jump through all the hoops to build, when 30, 20 years ago, you were able to buy a piece of property, develop it in 6 months. Now it's 6 years. People have to pay these costs. my local developers and builders have to pay for the attorneys. It's my understanding that the housing authorities have access to a lot more stuff than a local developer would, and it's going to hurt the local developers. And it's also going to hurt the towns because they're not going to be able to collect on the tax revenue. And the control of the towns are going to be taken away. I appreciate you answering the questions and taking the time to let me say my piece. Thank you. And for the reasons that I just said, I'm going to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Paletta.
We still talking on the amendment, Mr. Chair? No, we already voted on the amendment. No, I was just saying if you were paying attention.
You really want to be chair.
So
get this man a gavel.
Well, that's why I'm up here at the LOB. So one question that I have for you is, I guess Senator Chicarella asked it, what percentage of the pilot is actually paid out? Has there ever been any instance in your recollection where a town has actually waived the pilot and then the town has not received anything for the housing authority for you?
I'm not aware of that. I just don't know.
Okay.
So, I mean, this does bring up to a good point about the several of the sort of like educational workshops that we wanted to do for housing. So one around looking at different projects or different developments, both 830G and non-830G throughout the state of Connecticut. Also looking at some of our TOD projects throughout the state of Connecticut. And I think this is probably another one regarding housing authorities. We probably should have an informational educational workshop so folks understand what they are and what they are not.
I know I already made a motion, but I'm not going to make another one. But if I could suggest anything to this bill, it's that the pilot money is actually paid out in full, because unfortunately, just during the course of this meeting, I've received a number of texts of towns that have not received their pilot money for their housing authority. That is extremely unfortunate and actually very sad. And if that's the case, then a compromise to this bill, in my opinion, would be that these developers, these housing authorities acting as developers, are not afforded the 830G amenity, and that they just act as a developer. And I think that would certainly show that we are serious in tackling the issue, which is the housing crisis that we have, and that if we are going to have these these housing authorities act as developers. I'm sorry, so many words getting mixed up in my mind. If we're going to have these housing authorities act as developers, then they truly act as developers and they don't get any special treatment. So aside from my amendment where I wanted, a little bit more local control, I also think that they shouldn't just say, hey, we're going to use 830G here, and they shouldn't have that amenity, because I'm going to lead you to a point here that I want to make, which I think is extremely important to this. The Branford Housing Authority was suing the town of Branford. I don't know if you're aware of this, but do you know who paid the Branford Housing Authority to sue the town of Branford? Are you aware of who footed the bill for that? Does anybody know on this call who footed the bill for that? No, nobody knows? Okay. The bill was footed by the taxpayers. So, when we say that we're going to afford some sort of amenity to a housing authority, and then they end up in court, how do you go up against that? How do you battle that? And they used 830G. So it kind of circles us back around to the crux of the problem with this bill. And that is that you can't compete with big government, you can't compete with the taxpayer when they have unlimited streams of money that are coming in. And that is the problem here. That needs to be worked out. That is why people on both sides of the aisle have opposed this bill. That is why there are major implications if we were to pass this bill, because there isn't a clear way to say you yourself are going in as a developer and are going to be treated as a developer, you the housing authority, if you are afforded all of these extra luxuries. And I'm not an expert on this, and I don't claim to be, and excuse me, because I know it's been a long night and I don't have all the answers. But there have been a number of instances, and they are not just isolated, around the state of Connecticut, where the taxpayers have actually had to come up with the money to pay for these lawsuits. And now we're asking the housing authorities to expand to a 20-mile radius, which then I don't think, again, I don't know if anyone on this call, Mr. Chair or Senator Lopes, can answer. If you're talking about a 20-mile radius, how many towns could be included in a 20-mile radius? I mean, if you took Waterbury, put a pin down and did 20 miles, and you're talking 50, 60, 70 towns. This is a huge undertaking. This has to be fleshed out, talked about, studied, looked at, and really we have to cross our T's and dot our I's because we don't even know what the radius is. Is there a specific radius that's mentioned in this bill of how far out a housing authority could go through you, Mr. Chair? Is there even a specific radius?
If I remember correctly, it's a 20-mile radius, as you had mentioned.
Okay, so I'm right. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it like that. I actually didn't know if it was 20 or 30. I was guessing. So again, 20-mile radius, if you put a pin down in New Haven or Waterbury or Watertown, or you went 20 miles out, that's a lot of land. That's a lot of coverage. It's a lot of representatives and senators out there that want to know what's happening, what will happen. And it is not inconceivable for an elected official that's up here in Hartford to say, hey, we need to have control of this. We need to know and have public hearings and understand what is going to happen before this happens in our community. And again, when you tell someone a development's coming in, people are usually not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it. We have it in Watertown. When you tell someone, like we heard in the public hearing, and I think it was Senator Lopes that said that there hasn't been any issues in the towns, like we don't like it. Well, actually, we heard an issue in the town of Fairfield where there was a development built in a historical neighborhood and it didn't belong there. That is a specific, as specific as you could get, I think, of a problem. It's not that we don't like it, it's that it wasn't allowed and then it happened. So, what will be the next issue? I mean, I think that's as concrete of an example as you can get. And again, I sat through that public hearing, which went on for 10 hours. I was logged on and listening at my home. And over and over and over again, you heard of people coming on. And it wasn't just that they didn't like the look of the building, because look at folks, we got to talk honestly here. We have to come up with a solution. But when you blatantly violate the laws and you blatantly violate, perhaps in this instance, a historical district, there's a problem there. That is a violation of zoning. That's a violation of town ordinance. And this is why people are pleading with this committee and with their legislators to retain local control. There was a senator from Greenwich that came on, and he spoke very passionately about this. Said, come to Greenwich and come see what we are doing. We are addressing this issue here. Now we're going to say, well, no, if a housing authority wants to expand 20 miles out of Bridgeport, they may get to Greenwich and you have nothing to say about it. I have a serious problem with that. And it doesn't sit well with me. And then to hear that they're not even getting paid the pilot money, where there were towns that actually waived it and they didn't get it at all. What kind of message does that send? You take up that scope of land and you don't even get reimbursed for it? Try telling a first selectman or a mayor that perhaps has a parcel of property designated for something, and then all of a sudden it comes off the tax rolls. These are all things that we have to think about. We can't just poo-poo them and say we're not going to talk about them anymore. That's not fair. What we need to do is actually come up with a solution rather than throwing paint at a wall and saying, okay, we know it's a problem, but we're just going to pass something out and we'll deal with it later. If this bill were to come up on the House floor, I have every reason to believe that we could compromise. And I think there are some laudable goals out there that we can reach. And I think we've discussed them at length this evening. But as it stands, let it be known that folks across Connecticut are going to be adversely impacted by this if it was to stay in its current form, and it needs to be worked out. And I do have every reason to believe that we can do that. Again, I'll be a no, but I hope we can work this out and not pass it as is. Thank you.
Is there any other questions or comments? So I did want to say that this bill, why this bill is important. This one is particularly important to me. This is a bill that does nothing more than allows for Connecticut to get back on track for the economic growth that we need to do in terms of making housing. We cannot have a workforce if we do not have housing. And we do not have enough housing, period. We have a high demand in Connecticut, which is great because we have wonderful schools. We have an infrastructure that is being developed and grown. We have numerous employment opportunities of choice, developing entrepreneurial spirit, all reasons why we would want to move to Connecticut. But we literally do not have enough space for all the folks that want to live in Connecticut to do so. And this is one tool in the toolbox that will allow for the continued development in the state of Connecticut. I say that all to say that in particular, many of us would say that Connecticut is, or could be, or oftentimes is seen as a place that is hard to do business. There's too many loopholes. There's too many obstacles. There's too many challenges. We need to make business easier. And here we have developers that are saying, we are ready to develop. We are ready to grow. We're ready to put people to work. We're ready to build housing in the state of Connecticut right now. But our hands are tied. Remove the obstacles, remove the challenges, remove the barriers from us, and we will do what we do best, which is build housing in the state of Connecticut. That's simply all this bill does, is give the opportunity for developers to do what they do best, which is develop. And that's why I'm encouraging everyone on this committee to support this bill as written. Representative Paletta, you're gonna have the last say.
Just one quick, and I'm sorry to do this. Is there a spot in the bill where this radius comes up as 20 miles? I'm looking through this bill right now, and maybe I'm looking too quick and it's late. Is there a line in this bill that specifically spells out that 20-mile radius through you?
Let me get that section number for you. No, matter of fact, I misspoke. I do apologize, Representative Paletta. The 20 miles is not there. The restriction was simply to take off. They can go to any municipality. So I was thinking about a previous bill as written in previous years. We didn't use that model. We simply allowed for developers to do what they do best, which is to look at the market, look at the economy, and figure out where they can develop affordable housing in the way that it's situated. So the 20 miles is a previous bill. I had a brain fart. I apologize.
Thank you. And I'm not trying to belittle the point, but I think it just goes without saying that there then is no limit, correct? The housing authority can now operate anywhere they would like.
The limit would be the market.
So anywhere in the state.
The limit would be within the jurisdiction of the state, and the market would be the limit.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or comments, clerk, can you please read the roll?
Representative Williams.
Williams, yes.
Senator Lopes.
Lopes votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Paletta.
Representative Paletta votes no.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler passes.
Representative Dela Cruz.
Representative Dela Cruz votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez vote yes.
Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Senator Kushner. Representative Pizzuto.
Yeah, Representative Pizzuto votes no.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zulo,
Rep. Zulo votes no.
In respects to Representative Williams, giving him a little break, I think if he doesn't mind, I'll pick up a little bit here.
Thank you, sir.
We're on
Excuse me.
item number 9, House Bill.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, sorry.
I was not online for a while and I just came on just as my name was being called. So if the clerk could please call the bill number and I will vote. I just didn't want to vote blindly.
No problem.
this is for House Bill 5209.
These are on the same page.
Okay.
Don't favor substitute.
Thank you. I am going, Representative Butler votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh my God. Sometimes I feel like I'm in a clown car with some of my colleagues, but they make me laugh and it's a good laugh. Item number 9, if I believe I'm correct, House Bill 5234, an act concerning the rights and responsibilities of landlords and tenants. JFS to the floor. Is there a motion on this bill?
So moved, Representative Johnson.
Second?
Second.
Second, Representative Williams. Any discussion on this bill? Representative Paletta, would you be
Yes,
entertaining?
make a motion that we start a consent calendar.
All right, we're gonna move this bill to the consent calendar. Any objections? Seeing none, so moved. Item number 10, Senate Bill 168, an act establishing a right to housing. Jay, up to the floor. Is there a motion on this bill?
So moved, Representative Johnson.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Williams. Senator, Rep. Paletta.
Senator, I believe this one would like to be taken by roll.
All right, see no questions. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Williams,
Yes. Williams, yes.
Senator Lopes,
Lopes votes yes. Pick me up. Oh, there you go.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Paletta,
Representative Paletta votes no.
Senator Chicarella,
Senator Chicarella votes no.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative De La Cruz,
Representative Dela Cruz votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez vote yes.
Yes. I'm not on vote.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Pizzuto,
Representative Pizzuto votes no.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zulo,
Rep. Zulo votes no.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Item number 11, Senate Bill 295, an act concerning tax credits for energy efficient homes. Jay, up to the floor. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Second, Williams. The Representative Paletta.
Yeah, move to the consent calendar, make the motion, thanks.
Seeing no objection, so moved. Item number 12, House Bill 5348, an act concerning development of unused properties owned by the state. Jay, up to the floor. Is there a motion?
Oh,
So moved.
motion moved, so moved, excuse me, I apologize. Senator,
Second.
Representative Paletta,
Move to the consent calendar.
seeing no objection, so moved. Number 13, House Bill 5346, an act establishing pilot programs on social workers and emergency shelters. JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
so moved.
Williams, seconded by Johnson. Representative Paletta,
Move to the consent calendar.
seeing no objections, so moved. 14, Senate Bill 301, an act establishing a pilot program to fund reimbursements to landlords for lost rental payments. JF to the floor. There's a motion.
Representative Johnson moves it.
Second.
Second Paletta. Mr. Representative Paletta.
Consent calendar, please.
Seeing no objections, so moved, so ordered. Number 15, Senate Bill 302, an act concerning housing development in the state, establishing a housing authority resident quality of life improvement grant program and a housing choice voucher task force, and requiring the disclosure of certain natural person ownership interest in real property. JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Johnson.
Moved by Williams, seconded by Johnson. Representative Paletta.
Move to the consent calendar, please.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. And 16, House Bill 5344, an act concerning advanced rental payments. JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Williams, second by Senator Chicarella. Any discussion on this?
Move to the consent calendar.
I object.
Objected by Representative Butler. Can everyone just, we take like a 30-second pause here? I just want to confer with my co-chair. Thank you for your indulgence. Representative Butler, I believe you had a question.
5344 has asked them to be a roll call vote.
Yes, roll call vote. That was your intention. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Williams,
5344, yes. Or Williams, yes, excuse me.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes on this bill. There you go.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Paletta,
Representative Paletta votes yes.
Senator Chicarella,
Senator Chicarella votes yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes no.
Representative Dela Cruz,
Representative Dela Cruz votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Pizzuto,
Representative Pizzuto votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zullo,
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
that's a roll.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you please call the roll on the consent calendar? And just read off the bill numbers of all the bills in the consent calendar.
Bills on the consent calendar. Let me just make sure I get them in order so that it's easier to follow.
I have them if you need them.
I just want to make sure I've got them in order.
Mr. Chair, just a point of order. Do we actually have to move the consent calendar?
No.
No, okay, I'm just new to
These
this.
bills were, all these bills were moved and seconded.
Okay, thank you.
So it's Senate Bill 302, Senate Bill 301, House Bill 5346, House Bill 5348, Senate Bill 295, Senate Bill 168.
No, 168, we voted separately. It's not in the consent count.
Sorry, yes, I believe that's it without 168. Yeah.
I also have 5234 and 5344.
You're right. Yes, sorry about that. Yes.
Seven total bills.
Yep.
Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Williams,
Williams in the affirmative.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes on the consent calendar.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes on the consent calendar.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes on the consent calendar.
Representative Paletta.
Yes.
Can you one more time?
Representative Paletta votes yes.
Senator Chicarella.
Senator Chicarella votes yes.
Camera's not picking up. Just one more time.
I feel like I look blurry too. Senator Chicarella votes yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes on the consent calendar.
Representative Dela Cruz,
Representative Dela Cruz votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez vote yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Pizzuto,
Representative Pizzuto votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes on the consent calendar.
Representative Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zula.
Rep. Zulo votes yes.
Okay.
Okay, we are done, and for today, ask that we're going to recess the meeting and hold votes open until 8:30 p.m. tonight. And if I'm not mistaken, we are done with our committee work for the session. So a round of applause to the staff that helped us out. Will, Jonathan, and my friends who, all our staff. I'm too tired to talk straight. Good work. Barring any emergency, Housing Committee will not have to meet again unless we get something referred to us. Any questions or comments from any members at this point?
Thank you,
none.
Senator. Oh,
Sorry,
see,
go
really, oh, can you hear me, Senator?
I can hear you fine.
Okay. No, I wanted to once again say thank you for your hard work. To our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I think you all have done a heck of a lot of work to make these bills better. And I particularly wanted to give a shout out, or what I typically would call it, big ups to our staff, Councilor Porjek, Josh, and also that's in a super big ups to our clerk, who's done a phenomenal job keeping us all organized, and this work could not have been done without these unsung heroes. So I really wanted to give them an appropriate kudos and another big up. So thank y'all for your work.
Just want to echo all of those comments. Pleasure working with everybody, and couldn't do it without the staff on both sides. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
And you are blurry as anything right now. I don't know why. Looks better. I don't see Rep. Paletta anywhere. So any other comments? Everyone have a good night. And tell any of your colleagues who missed votes that 8:30 is the cutoff.
So I'm staying on, Will, because I got a vote. I got a couple of them that Mr. Clerk, did I miss any? Just Rep. Butler.
Yeah, I don't believe so, but let me double check.
I missed. I missed.
Sorry to interrupt, Bobby.
That's okay. Did you make it home?
I did.
Okay.
And I'm listening to another meeting in my ear.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Yeah. Just,
I had two headphones, too kind today.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
have you on all
anybody-
the votes. Representative
I'm
Butler.
good.
Yep, you're good.
Thank you. I guess I'll go back to my chef conversation. All right. Have a good night.
Take care.
Yeah.
Okay. And you are also good, Representative Gonzalez, if you
I'm
want to
good?
know. Yes.
I'm good? Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Bye, Minnie.
Who wants to go
Said we-
first?
You get the good senator first.
Sanchez is
You get the good senator.
very kind. Thank you.
I'm home. He's still in his office.
I will start on,
I can
household-
tell you and make it easier. I know all of them.
Okay, perfect.
1 is a yes. 292 is a no. And everything else is a yes.
There was one amendment that I'm not sure if you're allowed to vote on because
No, I was there for the amendments. I was there for the amendments.
there were 2 amendments. Were you there for the first one?
I was
Okay.
there for both the amendments and we cannot vote on the amendments anyway.
I thought. All right, perfect. I will just mark you on all these.
Will, I'm good, you think?
Yes, you're good.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Representative Sanchez. Thank you, Julie.
Good
And I'll
night.
see you tomorrow for the press conference at 11.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Have a good night.
I will see you there too, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Representative Johnson.
Very good. Okay,
So,
I think, did I vote for everything?
yes, you did.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good night.
Have a good
everybody.
night.
All right. So first one I have for you, Representative Sanchez, is 291.
Yes.
I have you voting on 292.
Did I vote on 292?
Yes, I have you voting
Oh,
yes on 292.
Okay.
And 294, 298, 303, then 5041.
5041? Yes.
5204.
Yes.
5209.
Yes.
So you already voted on that one. It's just the amendment. I think that's it. Let me just quickly double check.
Yeah, I was kind of on and off, on and off.
Yeah.
My internet service today really was horrible.
Yep, I got you for all of them.
Okay, great. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Senator Kushner.
I will.
Hello. Would you like to start voting on the bills?
Will, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
Although
Go
your
ahead.
camera seems to have frozen.
No, it's just that, oh, it does seem to have frozen. Why is that? I have plenty of signal here.
Oh, now it's back. Okay.
Okay.
Would you like me to start reading off the bills?
Yes, please.
Senate Bill 291.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senate Bill 292.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senate Bill 294.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senate Bill 298.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senate Bill 303.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
House Bill 5041.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
House Bill 5204.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
We are excited to hear that.
House Bill 5209.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Now we're on the consent calendar bills. I believe you could just vote on the consent calendar.
Great.
So then for not consent calendar, Senate Bill 168.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
There's one more that's not consent calendar. House Bill 5344.
Senator Kushner votes.
So can you repeat that?
Senator Kushner votes yes.
And then for the consent calendar, they are bills, House Bill 5234, Senate Bill 295, House Bill 5348, House Bill 5346, Senate Bill 301, Senate Bill 302.
Senator Kushner, yes, on the consent calendar.
You cut out a little bit there, guys. One more time.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Nice day.
Take care.